nonstop injustices placed on us. And it goes from lighter to dark. Um, the white supremacists have the honorary Aryans, which are the Asians, because they share the same continent, Eurasia. So they put them second, and they have no problem being second. See, that's the thing. A lot of these other groups have no problem playing second fiddle. Then you get the Arab groups who have no problem being third. Then you start getting the Hispanic groups who have no problem being fourth. And then you have the immigrant groups who are melanated who have no problem being fifth. And then you have the foundational Black Americans, and we have a problem. We are the ones who always have to rise to the top. You understand? We're the only group that has had to repeatedly rise up over and over again after being knocked down. No other group has done what we've done historically as foundational Black Americans. We're the only group of people who get knocked down repeatedly, and we get up and rebuild, get knocked down, rebuild, get knocked down, rebuild without fleeing in large numbers. We don't do that. That's why we're so problematic. They see what we're capable of, they know how we get down. That's why people have to study us all the time. All eyes are on us. The people, as we don't have systematic power, notice everything is about watching us. And when I say us, I mean foundational Black Americans specifically. People watch what we eat, drink, how we dress, how we talk. Every little intricacy is studied on us. Family, do y'all know? And I talked about this before. I met a sister who broke this down to me. Corporations, man, they have marketing organizations and marketing firms that they hire to sit online and watch what we do. That's they're people who are paid. There's an industry of people who get paid, companies who get paid to have people sit up and watch what foundational Black Americans do on social media so that they can learn trends. They see what we're talking about, see what we're doing, and then start modeling their products or some of their advertising towards that. They see what we're wearing, they start modeling and tailoring their clothing to that. They just monitor us all the time. You see, you go to Asia, all of these places, they're dressed like us, they're studying us. I was in Fiji. You had people over there, some of them wearing hip hop style clothes like foundational Black Americans, some of them getting haircuts like us, getting their hair cut like us. That's why they show me so much love over there. Show me mad love, mad respect over there. Yeah. We're studied heavily because we get knocked down and we keep dusting ourselves off over and over again. No other group has done that. When we build up a town somewhere, we built up several towns in this country, got knocked down, got back up. When we built Wilmington, the white supremacists attacked it, we just go build somewhere else. We talk about the Black Wall Street in Tulsa. We had a bunch of Black Wall Streets. We had a bunch of them all over the country. Hastings Street in Detroit, Central Avenue. That was a form of Black Wall Street out here in Los Angeles. The thing is, they would throw freeways right along our areas in order to upset the business areas. They did that all around the country. They had to go out of their way to sabotage our stuff, so we just go build somewhere else. It leaves a trail of devastation, but out of that devastation, we build up. In the Bronx, New York, they devastated the Bronx. That was the white supremacists devastating that, taking all of the resources out of it, taking the economic base, taking the jobs out of it, taking the music programs out of it. Then you had these scandalous landlords bombing the buildings, firebombing their own buildings so that they can get insurance. So the black people are sitting up there in the Bronx left with rubble. And out of that rubble, they said, hey, you know what? Give me those two turntables and that microphone. I'm about to spit something in this park right here. And we still created something that was a global phenomenon out of that rubble. We created hip hop. And once it became a global phenomenon, now you want to tack other people onto it. That's why we're fighting against this whole jive ass narrative that it was some blacks and Latinos. No, you don't get that. You will never get that accolade for something that you didn't create. We had to get it out the mud because of deprivation on our own. That's why we had to create hip hop. Nobody else was helping us. We couldn't get in the clubs in Manhattan. We couldn't get into no music programs. You couldn't get into decent housing. So you had to take what was there, some turntables and a microphone and your mama and daddy's funk records. We took our mom and pop's funk records and rhymed over them, and then did some brand new funk dances and created a culture on our own. Nobody's going to share the genesis story of what we created because we went through so much and suffered so much in order to create it. Nobody's going to get uh, co-creation as far as that. Let me get my brother Black Alpha Network in here. Let's get brother Black Alpha. Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Man,
sir?
I'm fine, brother. I want to say something to your point about all these people watching us and copying us. Family, did you see the Palestinians having a march on Washington today?
Oh, Lord, no. Oh, God. What was that
Brother,
about?
they had Muhammad Luther King. They, they, they had Riyadh Parks.
Did they have baklava Rustin?
They were all over the place, brother, all over. And you know, brother, they were literally chanting, "No ceasefire, no vote," which is a takeoff of our "no tangibles, no vote," brother.
Wow. These folks, man. And that pissed me off when they went down to that church in South Carolina with that. Boy, they've been trying to piggyback off us nonstop.
Left and right, brother. I wanted to tell the family that, you know, on Monday, January 15th, right in Columbia, South Carolina, they're going to have basically a civil rights reenactment. Kamala Harris is going to be there. That Hakeem Jeffries guy, I call him Barack Obama 2.0. They're going to be there. And me and brother Marcel Dixon are going to be there. You know, I want anybody in the surrounding area, come on down to South Carolina and let's let our own voices be heard and not be drowned out by everybody, man. But salute to you, my brother.
Thank you so much. And my brother Black Alpha brings up a great point. This Monday, for the holiday for our good brother, Dr. King, there's going to be people trying to hijack that. We got to check that. There's going to be people trying to latch on their stuff to the holiday. They're already starting. So here we go. All right. We about to see a whole bunch of co-opting on our brother King's birthday. Here they go. They're already getting it ramped up. Man, listen, FBA, we ain't got nothing to do with none of that stuff. Don't let these folks try to drag their issues on. We ain't got nothing to do. We are not obligated to stomp for none of that stuff. Ain't nobody stomping for us. Ain't nobody doing jack. So let them hold their own. They have to, again, we have the moral legitimacy that don't no other group have. We have the moral capital that no other group has. That's why on their own, they can't get any traction for their movements on their own because these people, they have a history of doing a lot of scandalous stuff. All of these other groups, they have long histories of doing real janky stuff. So when something backfires on them, everybody's like, well, hey, stuff happens. But us, we've been legitimately aggrieved and we've stood up to it, and we've not mistreated anybody as foundational Black Americans. We haven't mistreated no groups. We don't go out committing genocide. We don't go out invading people. We don't do that. We've always, as foundational Black Americans, we've always fought and sacrificed ourselves for other groups. They've not done that for us. Remember during the Korean, not the Korean, but the Vietnam War, you had people like the Black Panthers and sacrificing their lives, speaking up against the war. You had Muhammad Ali sacrificed his career. This man was one of the most famous people, not Black people, just people in the world at the time, sacrificed his career to say, hey, I'm not going to go over there. I would rather go to jail before I go over there and harm them people. That was big. That was a devastating blow to the war effort. No other group would do that for us. Yeah, nobody has that kind of moral strength other than foundational Black Americans. We've always had that. And these same groups that we stand up for, they come and turn on us. Hell, we've been doing that since the 1800s. And I talked about this before when the United States was having the war over there in the Philippines, over there slaughtering the Filipinos. The United States government over there wreaking havoc. It was a foundational Black American soldier fighting for the U.S. Army, a brother named David Fagan, said, hey, this isn't right, because they were calling it the nigger war. They were calling those Filipinos niggers. Because remember, over in the Philippines, over in that area, the Negritos, the original people, are like dark-skinned Black people. You go up into the mountains of the Philippines and that area over there, these are little Afro-wearing Black folks over there. I just left Fiji. Fiji is not too far from there. Y'all saw what they look like in Fiji. A bunch of beautiful Black people with big afros walking around. That's all over there. The Philippines, Fiji, New Guinea, Australia, all of that, Melanesia, all of that, Samoa, Tahiti. Truth be told, all those Pacific islands and Melanesian islands got little dark-skinned, Afro-wearing Black folks over there, truth be told. But David Fagan, foundational Black American from Florida, he said, nah, y'all, this is the nigger war. Hell, no, that's not cool. And y'all committing genocide. These people don't really have weapons like that, and you're killing them off. Nah. So he defected from the U.S. Army and went over to the other side. He went over to the Filipinos and said, hey, look, I'm going to teach y'all guerrilla warfare so that you can survive. And he helped stop the genocide over there. He defected, and the U.S. government was pissed, and they never caught him. They took an L with that dude. Then he lived as a maroon up there in the hills and mountains of the Philippines. Gangster shit. That's another thing too. When foundational Black Americans and just Black people, period, when we fight back, like our brother Professor Black Truth said, when we fight back, we win. And I've always said this, and I said this the other day: the white supremacists are light work. They really are. Our problem is the turncoats within us and among us. That's what gets us all the time. When we have the white supremacists on the ropes, it's always the butter biscuit buck dancers who come along and mess it up. That's been our problem. The buffers. Because see, the white supremacists, they understood how to create buffer classes, and they know how to create coon classes. They were like, look, we'll throw you an extra batch of butter biscuits if you just stand next to me. See, that's what they did in Jamaica. That's what they did in Haiti. After the Haitian Revolution, you had a bunch of those bedwenches and bedbugs who missed the French. They were like, when the Spanish and the French and Dessalines beat all those folks and got them out of Haiti, remember, you had some riders, but those coons and mammies and bedwenches, they were like, well, damn it, where's Zaddy? You killed Zaddy and White Mommy? Oh no, I got to get revenge. And the coon class started turning on the Haitian riders. That's what got Haiti back bad. The coon class, even in Jamaica, the British started making deals with the coon class, with Kamala Harris's lineage. They went to them, well, some of the coon class that were mixed in with the British when there were fighting going on, and the rebels, the Black rebels, were down there fighting. Some of those zaddy loving bedwenches and bedbucks went to the British and said, look, listen, if you give us certain privileges and benefits and you look out for us, we'll keep these ashy Negroes off you. Just give us some benefits. Give us a little plot of land over here. Just kind of elevate us over them and we'll keep them off you. And that's what they did. They had all types of racial caste systems out there in Jamaica, and that quelled all of them rebellions. That quelled everything. That's why they come over here with all that damn colorism. That colorism, when you see people talking that crazy colorism talk, usually they're from the Caribbean somewhere. They realize how to use that color system against the population. That's why the cake soap game is so heavy over there. People run around looking like Vibes Cartel. You see? Oh, goodness. Let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get Alistair Fennell. You raising your hand, brother? Hop on, sir. Alistair, I can't pronounce your name, but go ahead, brother. Hop on.
Flex, Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, brother. I want to ask you about this, about ADOS, because I was wondering if the founder who originally started ADOS, Norris Sheldon, if he's suing Yvette Carnell because she took that off of him originally.
Of course. Right. I don't know if he's suing her, but yeah, that's what I don't like about it. They took the thing from Norris Sheldon and didn't give the brother his credit. I don't like that. You give people their credit. Yeah, that was created, well, the term, um he called it descendants of American slaves, and I think the strapping them just moved some letters around. But yeah, they took it from the brother and never gave him credit. See, and that's dishonorable because I always said the term foundation of Black American. It was something that I got from Dr. Claude Anderson. I've never made any secret about that. I've given Claude Anderson all of his props. The whole delineation movement, people think it started with me. It did not. It started really, for me, with Dr. Claude Anderson. And there's an interview that me and Claude Anderson did on my broadcast. Was it 2016, something like that? I'm gonna have to play that clip one day where we were talking about. He was telling us about, hey, us sitting up here trying to build, do something for Africa. We can't do that. Shout out to Africa, whatever, but us trying to get over there and connect and build something, that ain't, nah, that ain't happening. We got to get it popping over here. You dig? We got to get it popping over here. We can't really get nothing. I'm gonna play that interview. Can somebody find? If I go back to my archives, I can find it. I'll probably play it on tomorrow's broadcast. I'm gonna play that tomorrow. Thank you, All Star, for reminding me of that. But I'm gonna play that. But again, the point is, man, I give props what props to do. Dr. Claude Anderson has been for decades talking about how Native Black Americans, we are a distinct group, which is true. His book, A Black History Reader, which I used to promote on my broadcast all the time, it goes into that and breaks it down. So all I did was kind of tweak the language a little bit because when we said Native, and I would say Native Black American all the time, people would think we're talking about Native American. Sometimes they would get confused. And as Neely Fuller said, we got to alleviate all confusion. We got to make the language so tight that there is no confusion. And I saw whenever I used the term Native Black American, that would kind of confuse people. So I said, let me tighten it up. When I mean Black American, I'm talking about foundational Black American, the people who are the foundation of the United States. And that just caught on because it makes more sense and it's something that cannot be remixed. That's why so many people get frustrated with it. See, people come in, they try to remix ADOS because you got a lot of Caribbeans. Well, I'm a descendant of slaves. I'm in America. Belize is America. Remember that Sambo we had the other day who called up talking about Belize is part of America too? See, yeah, the tethers, we got to make things tight because these tethers are looking for any opening. The tethers and the white supremacists, they're looking for any opening with any word. See, the word game has to be real tight. So they'll be like, well, hell, um, Haiti is America. Jamaican is part of the Americas. So I'm an American descendant of slave too. I'm supposed to give me some reparation too. So they'll try that. But what they can't do, when you say foundational Black American, they cannot remix that. That covers a whole bunch and it locks out a bunch of stuff. Because when you say foundational, that means the people who didn't flee. If you fled here from anywhere, you ain't foundational. That locks all of y'all out right there. The minute you say foundational, that alleviates everybody except us right there. Yeah? Because if you fled from somewhere, by definition, you are not foundational. We are the only group that did not flee from anywhere. We've been 10 toes down from day one. And that's a designation that other groups don't have. And that's where a lot of the vitriol comes from. That's where a lot of the big hatred comes from. That's where a lot of the anger comes from. And speaking of anger, where's T.S. Giselle in here? T.S. Giselle in here making all types of gestures. T.S. Giselle, hop on.
Tip, tip, tip on hardwood floors. 10, 10, 10s across the board. Face card never declines, my God.
Oh Lord, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that you were a rapper.
Um,
Yeah.
Tariq, that's Beyonce. You need to do better.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Hello.
You the notorious big back. But go ahead. What's on your
That's
mind?
what we're not going to do. I done told you about lying on the sides of my back. I've already validated that
Okay,
it's big, and we're not going to do that. Okay, so
ma'am. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
um, before I have a political question for you, but I always gotta get my, you know
Oh,
what I do.
oh shit.
Um,
Yes.
so I
Let's
heard
go
that D Tupman is
see.
retiring. So, girl,
Okay.
All right.
Just go.
Y'all
Just
hear
ask the
me?
Tariq,
question.
let
Stop
me do what
talking
I
over me.
do.
Hello?
You're always trying.
Fuck.
Y'all, no, no. You're always trying to
Sorry, I
put
was
us in
listening
shotgun
to.
position here. We're not doing that. No.
Okay,
Where
so,
Go ahead.
is
Whatever.
that coming
well,
from?
before I get to my political question, Tariq, I want you to quit getting.
There we go. There we go. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Um, how's everybody doing, bruh? You should continue listening, actually. May learn something, right? May learn some. What is going on with this thing? I need to find the drivers to this thing. This hyper, whatever mic is. Y'all told me to get it. I got it. And now this shit is ass. And I am not puppet. I am not up. HyperX. Was it quad class drivers? All right. I'm not up. Not up at all. Okay, where? Download firmware. I think this is the firmware, right? Who cares? What does it matter? All right. We only have a few. We're not gonna go on for that long. He's going to strike me. Strike me. You can't strike me. You can't strike from a different platform. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, bro. What are you talking about? You can't go from Twitter and then strike someone from Twitter on YouTube. That's not how that works. Just so we're clear. It sounds like I'm in a hallway. You see Mr. Beats systematic racism video? I don't know who Mr. Beats is, but we can look it up real quick once I install this software for this damn mic. I thought I already had it installed. But it's not even device not found. Please connect your device to get started. See, it's not even showing up. What, like, I don't even know what's going on right now. Like, the mic isn't even showing up to be here, which is really weird. Okay, Windows. Right click. Sound. It's just showing as a random USB mic, which is weird. It's default audio. Choose an immersive audio experience. This is a realistic 3D environment. Ooh, that's kind of cool. It's getting a lot of steam. Is it good? No, I'm not acting like I'm old and don't know tech. I'm saying that it's not. So what happens in Windows, if y'all aren't familiar? is that every once in a while, Windows will go fucking spaz. And you won't, it will just go spaz, right? And you'll just have to reload drivers and stuff like that. So I disregarded this simply due to the fact that it was, you know, I could hear the audio, you could hear the audio, so I didn't care. However, now it's becoming a problem now, because it's not even showing up as a mic. It's just coming up as, let's see what it's coming up as. USB advanced audio device, which is weird. So I'm not sure if the drivers need to be updated, but I would think that it would automatically update. I just don't know what exactly is going on. That's the issue. HyperX ingenuity, microphone compatibility, and the firmware update is not. It's showing that it's not even. All right, let me try and replug it. You're right. Let me try and replug it, even though I've tried that. Fuck, there it goes, man. Give me a sec. Yo, yeah, it's still not showing up as a. That's a correct audio advice. Digital audio. Now I can't hear anything. Bruh, now I can't hear anything. What is going on? I can't hear anything now. Hold up, let me see. See if I hear this. Skip, let's see. I know you can hear me, but I can't hear any of the audio.
George, I have to add,
yeah, like that?
George, David, let's talk about the weather real fast.
Oh, that's because it's not plugged in. I'm an idiot, sorry. Not plugged in. All right, there we go.
I was cold watching that. That was painful.
Yeah, okay. My ears, I feel.
Exactly.
All right, let's get right into it, because I'm not sure what's going on. Because they were talking about reparations. I just, you know, I always want to hear what's going on with reparations, bro. Always want to hear what's going on with reparations. See, I can't even hear what's going on.
Right. The first time I came across
Can y'all hear? I can't hear.
Was when she was attacking Minister Farrakhan.
And I wonder why. I can barely hear. It's like very faint.
You know, when he was asking for the 10,000, you know,
reparations, bruh. I think it may just be something with OBS, possibly. That's the only conclusion I can come up with. Is something with OBS. Or this mic, but the mic works. I think I needed to update OBS. Possibly. Possible. Alrighty, let's get it on. That's why you gotta, what? We gotta promote our allies? I hear you. I mean, that's what I've always said. Yeah, because this audio's not... I can barely hear any of the background music. I don't know why. Like, I can...
Exactly. And it can be...
I can hear that, but that's very, very low. And I know it's not the same... Yeah, I can't. I gotta work this out. I'll work it out next time. Because that background music I feel like is really loud based on the equalizers. It looks pretty loud. Alright. Which ally? Dun dun dun. Allies. Listen, let me just say this. I gotta stop saying this because this is stupid as hell. If black people are gonna say they have no allies, then we're screwed. Because if we're not gonna organize, then it's game over. And after yesterday's stream, bro, I just got really depressed, bro. I just got really depressed because I was like, yo. Because I was watching, what was it? I came across, let me see. Bro, it's not. What the fuck was that? Where's last night's stream? It should be there. Stream had, yeah, it had me depressed. I think I'm just going to delete it. It was just a depressing stream all over. Where is it? Black capitalism doesn't work. This is what, have you all seen this video? Have you all seen this? This shit was painful, bro. Also support Spider Combat. Okay. Foundational Foundational BA. Foundationalba.com. All right, for all my FBA family out there. My Philly folks.
Yeah, this nigga is dead to me.
But that was holding.
So,
black
what
capitalism.
exactly is it about black folks and the prospect of making millions, if not billions of dollars that will cause so many...
Has anyone seen this? Has anyone seen this? Also, we're going to take calls. Take your calls. Put in your calls pronto. Once again, I'm keeping track.
Any of us to line up to sell our souls to the highest bidder. I mean, maybe the fact that white folks have been doing that with our bodies for about 4 centuries or so is something of a precedent, but that's not my point. At what point do we as a people realize that there is no such thing as a benevolent billionaire?
Benevolent billionaire.
Maybe around the same point that we realize that an empty country crock tub is not Tupperware, but I digress. From
Yo, country crock is definitely Tupperware.
Rihanna to Hove to Ye, the black billionaire class has become something of a pseudo-inspirational tale, to the point that this class of super elite melanated moguls has become our century's equivalent of W.E.B. Du Bois's talented 10th. And if you are one of those 8 and 10 self-identified leftists who has some version of a Marx meme as your profile picture, but couldn't pick Du Bois out of a lineup of random black bald dudes from the early 20th century, the talented 10th is basically Lenin's vanguard, but for black people. And a lot less pew pew stabby stabby. For those of you who mainly watch this channel for the media analysis and pretty much nothing else, or for those of you who like me have just gotten so old and jaded at this point that any and all political theory just sounds like a bunch of old dudes circle jerking their egos off, Du Bois's talented 10th is the term that he used for the 1 in 10 black men who had the capacity to be leaders in our community. So people like me and that's it. really. Du Bois believed that it was imperative for these men to receive a classical college education as opposed to the more industrial trade-focused education that people like Booker T. Washington espouse in order for those men to lead black people out of second-class citizenry. So in terms of this video, all you got to do is replace a college degree with oodles and oodles of cash, which I mean, all of us wish we could do at this point. And yeah, you basically got whatever we called it.
Now, bro, that's crazy. Have all these wealthy black men and not done. I'm not going to say the G word, give up, but instead of give up, I'll just say I digress. I'm going to digress with life, bro. I digress.
This. Now, I'm not saying that this is at all exclusive to POCs. I mean, the whole reason why Trump got in office in the first place, I mean, aside from the blatant bigotry, is him selling his base on how rich he was. Because for some reason, we still have a tendency to try and to quantify aptitude according to wealth, even though we have a metric butt ton of examples to the contrary. But I don't know. It's just something especially irksome about seeing the Oprahs and the murderous Michaels and especially the Steve Potato Heads of the world using life advice, specifically financial advice based on some version of black capitalism in order to build their brands, when basically all of the data we have tells us, and their own stories even say, that their lives are exceptional and not exemplary of the way that system really works. Furthermore, they and the people who treat their word as gospel treat wealth like some sort of virtue, or at least quantifier of it. And Lord knows there are very few grifts easier than telling black people that they can pray their way into prosperity. It's okay.
Joel Osteen. Oh, come on.
I can use his example. Black Jesus said it's cool. I mean, just from a purely practical standpoint, it's impossible for a single person to control that much wealth and there not be some level of exploitation going on. Whether it's something as subtle as artificially suppressing wages to increase your profit margins, or something as overtly sinister as literal slave labor. So the backbone of the tech industry. The revolution starts with refurbishment. Now, listen, I get it. I think I kind of understand why a lot of us still foam at the mouth over seeing brown and black faces on the Fortune 500 and Forbes most wealthy list. But we shouldn't do that. Like, we really should not do that.
Why not?
For one thing, because there's literally no such thing as a self-made man or woman because of things like, I don't know, public education, public works, public infrastructure. Also, the wealthier you were growing up, the more likely it was that your parents were able to leverage that wealth into you having better quality education opportunities, living standards, and networking opportunities, etc. You are also probably instilled with more frugal spending habits than your average Joe, because believe it or not, the poorer you are, the more likely you are to spend money. Like, if you don't, it's going to get up and run away, because I mean, bills. That's duh, nigga. Conversely, the poorer you grew up, the more likely it is that you benefited from social programs like public housing, Section 8, SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, etc. Especially if you grew up in an urban area like, I don't know, Marcy Projects. But I'm not really going to waste much time in this video debunking the self-made man/woman myth, because a bunch of other videos have already done it, videos that you've likely already watched by this point. But I do want to talk about the problem with the black capitalist mythos and how its inextricableness from the entertainment industry is actually better evidence of my point than any amount of black billionaire butthurt sound bites.
Now it's like, eat the rich, and man, we're not stopping.
Okay, so before we get to the whole debunking part, we have to actually understand what black capitalism is. See, it's more than just rich niggas being richer than German chocolate cake, but it's really, in a word, self-reliance. Or I guess that's 2 words, but whatever. What black capitalists say is that black people shouldn't be satisfied with just being wage workers, which, I mean, you really can't fault that part of the logic, can you? It goes on further to say that black folks should be striving to become business owners, and then they can use that business to hire more blacks, and then those blacks would then buy black, and then by buying black, it would create black communal wealth. Logic sounds pretty sound so far, right? Mm-hmm. Also, at least since I've been alive, there's been a greater push to see more blacks in the corporate world, even though I'm not exactly certain how having more blacks in corporate America would create more communal black wealth. Maybe those blacks would be more apt to hire other blacks into that field, even though that would probably open up the whole reverse racism problem, which is stupid. Lord. But remember, folks, these are the same people that have a problem with affirmative action, even though all of the data we have says that the biggest beneficiaries of AA are actually white women.
Yeah,
but
so you just do it the same way they do it. Discreetly.
Hey, what do facts matter when we have pedophiles and talking prunes pushing for re-election? Am I right, guys? Now, to the untrained ear, if this kind of sounds like socialism to you, it's because the logic is kind of the same. An oppressed class seizing the means of production for the purpose of redistributing it to folks who historically have no access to the wealth or the means by which that wealth is created. The problem is when you get to the whole redistribution part. See, nowhere in the Black Capitalist Handbook, which is probably sitting next to Jay-Z's end table right next to Beyonce's diamond-studded thong, does it say that the black capitalist is obligated to redistribute any of the wealth that they generate back to the community. I mean, let's keep it a buck, folks. How much of that Renaissance tour revenue do you think Beyonce is really giving to the Rebuild Black Wall Street Fund? Probably about as much as the cost of a front row ticket.
Facts! A front row ticket is $4,300. Do y'all see this? A front row ticket is $4,300.
Which is actually a pretty decent contribution when you think about it. My point is, the problem with any form of socially minded capitalism is the whole social part. Regardless of how good your intentions are, at the end of the day, there's still one person controlling the bag. And it's at the discretion of that one person how much, if any, of the bag is going to be redistributed to anyone besides themselves. And a lot of y'all might be sitting there saying, well, it's their money. They shouldn't have to spend it on anything they don't want to anyway. That's fact. Well, first of all, taxes. Second of all, you're actually not wrong, except for the whole fascism part. Please, for the love of God, BreadTube, stop using that word. They don't. Steve Harvey can spend as much of his wealth on mustache wax and alimony as he wants to, or I guess as much as the court mandates in the case of that last one. But my point is, how does Steve being rich benefit someone like me or any other regular Tom, Dick, or Harry? Well, it doesn't. Aside from maybe being a sort of inspirational tale saying that.
Yeah, that's always what they always say. Well, I'm an inspiration. You're not fucking inspiration. How you gonna be an inspiration if you're not doing anything for the group? How you gonna be inspiration if you're not doing anything?
Yeah, if you're willing to sleep in your car for 3 years and pursue your calling in whatever field that the Lord Black Jesus has given you, you too can be disgustingly wealthy by middle age. Nonsense. Except the data tells us, generally speaking, it don't work like that. And that, folks, is the first point of black capitalism that I really want to tackle. And that's using individual achievement as a barometer for collective black wealth. So remember that joke I told in the Blade video about the importance of Obama's presidency being a little overblown in the decade since it's ended? Well, the same rule applies to he and his family being used as virtually the standard for black excellence in our time. I mean, look at this photo, guys. This is the kind of thing that Booker T. Washington's wet dreams are made of. And if you don't know who that is, why on God's great earth are you watching this video? See, the problem with using Obama as the barometer for collective black achievement is the same as using Obama as the barometer for the political climate, which is exactly what white liberals did in the 8 years following his election until old Tangerine Testes made the most improbable run to the White House ever seen since the kid who became president. And still, Donald is only half as qualified as he is. Believe it or not, despite the increasing number of black million and billionaires in America, the wealth gap is still widening. I mean, you didn't think that white folks just stopped being rich once Niggas in Paris came out, did you? For reference, in 1992, the percentage of black Americans whose wealth exceeded $1 million was right around 1%. By 2016, that percentage was a little less than 2%. Conversely, the percentage of white Americans whose wealth exceeded $1 million in 92 was 7%. By 2016, that percentage jumped to
15.2%.
And I mean, yeah, $1 million of today's money can't buy you nearly as many NDAs as it would in the early 90s, or else Brittany Renner wouldn't be famous. But my point is, using the number of black millionaires in existence as a indicator of how far we've come as a people is grossly overestimated. Just like Obama. And just as an interesting little sidebar, when I do use the word billionaire in a vacuum, who are the first people that you think of? Bezos, Zoidberg,
Oprah,
Vegas, Buffett, Tweet Decker, McHairplug. What do all of those folks have in common? They're all not entertainers, obviously. Except Musk, who is basically just Arthur Fleck, except with enough money to con people into laughing at him for the toady factor alone. Now, what if I added a qualifier on there like black billionaire? Who are the first people that you think of? Jay, Ye, Forehead Almighty. What do all of those folks have in common besides substantial amounts of melanation? They're all entertainers primarily. Yeah. I mean, even if you want to use people like Oprah, Bob Johnson, Tyler Perry, their wealth came primarily through the entertainment industry in some way, shape, form, or capacity. I mean, even if you want to use Michael Jordan as an example, his $1 billion came primarily because of his glorious bald head and atrocious sense of style being broadcast into our living rooms for the late 80s and duration of the 90s. And that time he spent in DC that we don't talk about, just like Bruno. And yeah, there are certain connotations attached to associating black excellence with entertainment, but we can't escape the fact that a disproportionate amount of black elites come from the entertainment industry when compared to white wealth. Let me put it this way. Only 5% of the top 0.1% of financial elites in America are entertainers. Most of the wealthiest people in the world come from the quote-unquote super manager class, so corporate executives and the like. Let me put it this way for greater reference. Of the Forbes 2022 400 wealthiest in America list, the top 40 controlled $1.75 trillion worth of wealth combined. So 44% of the entire list. That's crazy. And not one of them was a person of color. In fact, Robert F. Smith, you know, the guy who pledged to pay off the student loan debt of the entirety of Morehouse's 2019 class, is the first person who should show up on the list at the 128th spot with his $6.7 billion worth of wealth. Why he doesn't show up, I don't know, aside from a word that starts with R and ends with ism. Recidivism, obviously. And yeah, for the heck of it, I did go ahead and check to see where Ye and Jay would line up on this list, and they don't. In fact, Queen Wealth herself, Oprah Winfrey, barely makes it with her $2.7 billion, qualifying her for a tie at the 388th spot, which again, why is she not on this list? Also, I did check to see where Rihanna would be on this list, even though her being a citizen of Barbados disqualifies her, and her $1.7 billion also doesn't crack the top 400.
That's wild.
But her forehead might. My point is, even among the richest of rich blacks in America, even when their powers combined, it's not even enough to make a few decimal points in the collective wealth of not just this country, but this world's wealthiest wealth hoarders. And for the ones that do, most of them didn't climb the corporate ladder to do so. And frankly, when you look at this list, most of the white folks didn't either. And that's a point that I want y'all to bookmark for later, like a Ruby Rose thirst trap. No, I am not ashamed. But again, in a general sense, of course, the most practical method of becoming filthy, stinking rich in this country is securing one of those cushy corporate executive spots, right? Well, surprise, surprise, of the S&P Fortune 500 list, only 2.6% of those folk are black. And additionally, only 1% of corporate blacks are even in striking distance of one of those other positions. So as oxymoronic as it sounds, as a black, of course, you actually have a better chance striking it rich, getting discovered on SoundCloud one day or something, than you do accruing tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt, getting that business degree that your parents bullied you out of the house into getting. And even then, your chances are still smaller than Puff Daddy's teeth. Reason being that 5% of the 0.1% of this country's fiscal elites that are celebrities, most of them are white. Because duh, nigga. What I'm saying is, if you're black in America, barring some substantial systemic change, you're basically boned. I mean, that is unless you strike gold exaggerating your crack game clout, only to then one day wind up hiring a known DEA informant as the CEO of your media conglomerate. Or alternatively, you can make a living milking 80-year-old church mothers, middle-aged white women, and equal parts desperate and lonely single ladies into mistaking your old man yelling at clouds brand of humor for some kind of folksy wisdom.
Yikes.
Or you could always just dress and drag. I'm never going to work in Hollywood, am I? Now, some of y'all might be sitting there saying,
this is goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, fam. You know what? I'm about to delete everything. I gotta go back to my rich white conservatives. I don't know what I was thinking. I got lost in the sauce. I don't know what I was thinking.
But Billiam, just because my odds of becoming a black billionaire are slim to none doesn't mean that we should just throw out the black capitalist baby with the bathwater. That's infanticide. And I mean, yeah, it kind of is, but that's aside from the point, which is that the vast majority of folk who are ultra rich are non-POCs for a very specific reason. And that's because, just like I said earlier, the majority of the ultra wealthy are so because they either inherited it or they were just born into it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is inheriting it. But whatever, moving on. My point is, it's a lot easier to build off of old money than it is to just create new dollars out of thin air. And despite this, and probably so, black folks have found a way to
see FD Signifier's take on capitalism? No, I haven't seen it. And he's a white man that doesn't include alphabet into the discussion. Who is? Oh, Mr. Beat also goes against Larry Elder, saying he makes it to the top and it doesn't represent the majority. Well, here's the thing. The problem is, listen, I could have easily been one of the top, actually I was one of the top, like conservative commentators. I had people, you know, from Fox reach out to me, Alex Jones, a lot of people. So it's not hard to make it there. Because one thing that is very, I don't know, not revealing, but very alluring, I'll say, is that these motherfuckers have money. And you know what? If you struggling or you don't come from a family of money, a mofo who's throwing money at you to say a bunch of words to make a bunch of, you know, white people laugh, I mean, it's the same way that these mofos can say a whole bunch of rap lyrics or whatever and then go back to their mansion. You know, you compartmentalize it. So that's why I'm saying when I hear people, you know, like Kunis Owens say, oh, I just turned, you know, Republican overnight. You turn, and nothing happens overnight. Nothing happens overnight. But it comes to a point in time where it's an integrity issue. It's truly an integrity issue. Whereas, hey, I can give you $1 million contract, and I've come across $1 million contracts, but you're gonna have to sell your soul. And when I mean sell your soul, nothing like you know, fucking weird sexual shit. I mean you're gonna have to say some shit that you know goes with the mainstream narrative. That's what you're gonna have to do, whether you agree with it or not. Because you also have to understand you can't piss off your fucking fan base. Right? When it comes to Sean Hannity may not agree with everything he's saying, but he's already established a brand. Excuse me. So for him to switch it up, even though, you know, if the Republican Party says 1 + 1 is 6, he has to say it's 6, even though he may vehemently disagree with that. But like, nah, this shit is 2. Because his fans are the ones that are, you know, clicking, buying the merch, buying Fox News, going to these events. So it's a business. 234, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
All right, Lucas, this is a disagreement. Now, in the Constitution, it says it's supposed to protect journalists. And there's a journalist that went out to Ukraine to report what was really going on. His name was Gonzo Lalar, and he was murdered by Ukraine. And he was a United States citizen reporting the news, independent journalist. And the United States wouldn't bring him back when he got accused by Ukraine for being a Russian spy. And he pleaded with the United States to bring him back, and they never did. And then he was murdered in a damn work camp. It's all over the internet. An independent journalist.
Okay.
I don't know if you've been watching it or anything. Did you read about it?
No. Okay, so he was killed.
Yes, he was killed, and then the United States did an article talking about they give they're sorry that he got murdered, but they're giving this country all this money, and then when the journalists report that was going on, and he was telling the truth, and then he becomes they accuse him of being a spy, and then they have him in a work camp.
Okay.
And my disagreement is, I thought the Constitution protect journalists. And how do we have a Constitution?
Constitution doesn't protect journalists. When it comes to journalism, that has to do as far as freedom of speech.
Yeah, but you can't. Well, here's the guy name. Here, type this in, Lucas. It's Gonzalo, last name Lira. He was a journalist, and he got murdered in Ukraine for they accusing him of being a Russian spy.
Oh, Gonzalo? Oh, I know him. Yeah, he's one of those red pill guys. He wasn't a journalist. What are you talking about?
No, he was living in Ukraine when the war was going on. He was reporting the news.
Welcome back, my friends.
He was on the battlefield.
He wasn't any. I know him. He's a red pill dude. I don't give a fuck about him.
No, I'm not talking about the red pill, but I'm saying he was a journalist. He was there.
He wasn't any journalist. What are you talking about?
I was watching the live stream, and when the whole war started a couple of years ago, he said he was in Ukraine, and he went out.
He wasn't any journalist. So I remember him having a debate with I think it was Destiny, if I remember.
No, I know that. I'm saying that he said on his YouTube show he was in Ukraine, and he was reporting that was really going on, and he was saying what the Russians wasn't doing to them. And Ukraine got angry about it because he said that he made a newspaper and they called him a Russian spy because he didn't go with the narrative.
Okay.
And then if you type his name on Google, it'll tell you that he was in a Ukraine work camp and they had him murdered. And then he begged the United States to bring him back because he had a United States citizen.
I don't see anything about him being murdered.
I see him
dying in prison.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the Ukraine. Lucas, he was in a Ukraine work camp. What you think gonna happen if you spilling the beans? What's really going on over there?
I don't know. Nor do I care. He's the idiot that decided to go over to Ukraine during the middle of a war and then talk against the fucking country that you're in. Yeah, I'd kill him too. Hypothetically, you gonna come over to Lucas Land and then talk shit about Lucas Land when we're in the middle of a fucking war? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. So, fuck him.
Hold on. So if you come to our country, Lucas Land, say, hey guys, these bootlickers are taking me out. I need some help. Bring G.I. Joe. Bring everybody you can. Bring us some aid. We're bringing you aid. Then we find out that Lucas Land, right? This mofo buying houses in California next to Snoop Dogg, and he got houses all throughout Europe, mansions, with our tax dollars. How's that fair? In Lucas Land. So you can buy you a mansion.
Here's what you want to know what you should have done. Right? Is he Ukrainian?
Yeah, he was in Ukraine.
No, I didn't ask if he was in Ukraine. I says, is he Ukrainian?
No, he's American.
So say his American ass in America.
What? Lucas.
It's very let me explain something to you and everyone who may be listening. So how America does things isn't how the rest of the world does things. You say some crazy shit in some other country, they don't have a U.S. Constitution. They will fucking kill you. As you can see in Russia and many of these other places. They will kill you, they will imprison you, and they will beat your fucking ass. So, if you're an American and you got a loud ass fucking mouth on you, I would highly suggest, for your safety, is to stay your American ass in America. Because people outside of America, if you were to visit places outside of America, you would understand they don't give a fuck about your American ass because they think you're arrogant to begin with. And in the middle of war, that's the last time they want your American ass saying some shit against them in their place, in their country, talking shit about them. They will kill you. Look, so yes, I don't give a fuck. You do some stuff. Play stupid games. This is like the actual literal definition of play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like if I were to look up play stupid games, win stupid prizes in the dictionary, this case would come up.
Lucas, because of him, we know about the corruption. It wasn't for him.
Sir, do you think America doesn't know about Ukraine corruption? Do you think America doesn't know about Israel's corruption? Nobody gives a fuck, fam. You have to understand. You can't. In order to make an omelet, you got to smash a few eggs. So they will overlook certain things if they are benefiting out. If the benefit they get outweighs the corruption. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this. They should at least tell us, the American people, hey, we're going to F you in the butt. But guess what?
Sir, we don't give a fuck about this dude. I don't give a fuck about Gonzo Lorena, whatever he was. He was a trash American, and now he's a trash fucking dead American in fucking Ukraine. What do I care?
And then hold on, Lucas. Here's all the killer part. They won't ship the man body back.
Good, like, keep it. We don't want the nigga here anyway.
Damn, Lucas. So that was you. If I was a whistleblower and they say that,
nigga, it wouldn't be me because I'm not fucking retarded. I'm not gonna go over to fucking Russia and be like, yo, this nigga Putin. If y'all see what this nigga's doing right now, he killing people. Y'all need to stop fucking with this dude. I'm not gonna do that because I'm not a goddamn retard. Okay, if you want to do retarded shit, then expect retarded outcomes. What are we talking about? You want to go get his body back? Since you are so concerned with this nigga, you go get his body back.
Lucas, you remember what we call Don't Kill the Whistleblower, Don't Kill the Messenger?
Sir, I'm not killing the whistleblower. I'm not killing the messenger. You go get his body back.
No, I'm saying it was a movie called Don't Kill the Messenger, when it was talking about how the United States was smuggling certain things in this country, and the guy named Gary Webb exposed it, and they canceled that guy. They deleted him. They yeeted him. So
yes,
every time somebody
welcome to planet Earth. Enjoy your stay. Do you understand that this is no different from what happens here? You go to the wrong hood, repping the wrong color, saying some wild shit that they find disrespectful, they will kill you. What are you talking about?
Yeah, YouTube.
You do the wrong thing in the police officer, and they fear for their life, quote unquote, they will kill you. What are you talking about? What's the difference?
Lucas, they got exposed.
What are you talking? We have it here. Fucking Chris, what's his name? Cuckmo, put a whole bunch of elderly people with fucking COVID back into the nursing home. Killed a whole bunch of grandparents. His response was, "My bad." What are you talking about? This shit happens every day. I don't understand.
Lucas, hold on. I'm just saying this. This is what I'm saying. We're at $34 trillion in debt. The Democrat Party and the Republican Party is basically letting all these immigrants in. We don't know what language they're speaking. We ain't talking about, hey, what's up, Hector? What's up, Holmes? No,
sir, they don't need this. It doesn't matter. I don't think you understand. It does not matter.
What do you mean?
And the reason why it doesn't matter is because you're going to have to be bilingual in the future to begin with, if you want to survive.
I recall English was American *1 language. I didn't know we went
it's
to
America's
another
*1 language because we speak it. At the moment in time, there is no law as far as against speaking any other language. What are you talking about? It's not the national language. There's no national language. It's the most spoken. That can change at any point in time.
If you go to Portugal, I don't see them speaking English in Portugal like they speak here in English.
I don't give a fuck what they do in Portugal. They have a language of their own. We're not Portugal. Nigga, if you like Portugal, then go to Portugal.
Nigga, they bring all these niggas in our backyard. That's what I'm saying.
Sir, and they coming. So?
And we're going, it's like they overrun the black population. We're going to be yeeted out of this mofo.
Sir, I've already told you all this. What are you talking about?
This
has been said a long time ago. Like there was niggas back in 2003 who said this. What are we talking about? Even before then.
But hold on, you stay in Cali. And I think it's that one state before yours in Cali. They already talking about that they got to do budget cuts because they got too many immigrants here because they don't got the
100%. That's correct.
And guess what? Where you at? They talking about the same thing.
Sure. Yes, that's correct. And they're gonna be talking about the same thing in every state. I don't understand. What's the point?
And guess what? My point is this: we got all these immigrants in this country that don't speak English, and we don't know why they're here. Because they claim they need help.
Well, I'll tell you why they're here. They're here because there's better opportunities here than where they're from. It's as simple as that. What the fuck? I don't understand.
Lucas, hear me out. I hope this is what I'm saying is crazy and no, never happened. How we don't know that China and Russia don't have their troops coming into the border talking about we need some help. We don't want a better life. Sleeper cells, Lucas. So
sure.
while
yeah, absolutely, sure. I think sleeper cells are the least of our worries.
And then you talk about people with better lives. Where's our better lives as black folks? We built this this house.
Listen, if I hear another black person say we built this country, I'm gonna smack the shit out of them. Nobody gives a fuck. Do you give a fuck who built the? Hold on, you drive a car, right?
Yeah.
Do you give a fuck who built your car?
Hell no.
Okay then. So stop saying we built this country. No one gives a fuck. The only people who give a fuck about that are black people. And that gives us no weight anywhere. It gives me no value. I can't go into a loan office and be like, hey, I built this country. You want to know what they're going to say? Kudos. Your credit doesn't qualify for this loan. Is there anything else I can do for you? Nobody cares, bro. That's what I'm talking about. A whole bunch of niggas is hyped up on fucking history. You should be hyped up on the future and the present.
Well, the future and the present is that we start complaining. The Mexicans say they work for $2 a day. We want 20. They're going to take the $2 a day, and then they say, you know what? They're trying to ease us out the house, kick us out the country. Because next time, I guarantee you, whoever comes next president, because according to the Simpsons, it's going to be Trunks. Well, the next president probably going to say, you know what, black people? Here's the ship. Get the hell out of our country. Guarantee you that. That's what's going to be next. All the black people don't realize. They're about to ship us out of here. So while everybody's talking about,
why would they ship us out of here when they can exploit us for labor? What are you talking about?
Okay, Lucas, we want $14 or $15 an hour, but the Mexican said he'll work for $2 an hour. Who are you going to take? The $2 an hour, Nick, a Mexican man, or the
Mexican? That's what I'm going to take as a capitalist. Now, if you're as far as about group economics, you're going to as far as take the black person, but no one. There's a very few percentage of the population who's going to do that.
You know what I mean? Black folks gonna work for $2 an hour, and with a smile on their face.
Well, there's your problem right there. It's like I said, there's a certain sense of pride. You will always lose, and that's what's happening. I was in where was I? I was somewhere in Santa Monica or something. It was nothing but Mexicans. I won't say Mexicans. I'll say Latinos because I don't know where their origin is. It was nothing but Latinos. Latinos work for a bunch of white people. That's all it was. Because you have to understand, that was black people's jobs. We were cooking and cleaning and taking care of the babies and all of that. I don't know where that happened. I don't know if that was due to black people or if that was due to the white people saying, we don't want niggas anymore. I don't know.
They don't want niggas no more. They don't want niggas no more because if you get Hector with nice straight hair, like, Hector, take care of my son. Okay. You don't have to worry about Hector trying to screw his wife. Again, you can pay Hector $5
that's a possibility as well, 100%. Because they're very subservient people. We're not those people because we know our history. So the last thing we're gonna do is listen to some fucking saltine tell us you better do this and better do that, because we're gonna have flashbacks to slavery times, and the last thing we're gonna be is some type of fucking slave to some fucking saltine who's paying us minimum wage. But fucking Hector, who comes from fucking nothing, right? Who has maybe like a family of 3, and they just need food on the table to pay their fucking little $800 rent and some shit. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. They will bite their tongue. And I've told you guys this, where they said, I've told you, I've spoken to plenty of Latinos, plenty of illegals and immigrants. They be like, hey, I told you about the one guy who's like, we get the last laugh. And they getting the last laugh. You can call them whatever the fuck you want to call them. But at a moment in time, your receptionist is going to look like them. Your janitor is going to look like them. The gardener is going to look like them. So now you're going to be living in their world.
Lucas, look. They're going to look. They did slavery all over, but they got smart with it. They said, versus let's go put somebody on change, let's just open the borders. Like, hey, Hector, bring your people. We're going to take care of you. You want what you want? You want some food? We'll give you food. Here go your little pesos. Okay, come to work. Oh, yeah, Lucas. They got smart. They're like, hell with the boat. We can just bring them, just open the door, and they just come right in like roaches.
I don't know what's funny about that. Because you're going to be out of employment. There's going to be many people out of employment. I don't understand. I don't think there's anything funny about that.
Oh, it is funny because the thing is you got to evolve. Once they start acting like that, then you better start your own business or you better go and move to another country.
Where does this start your own business? Majority of businesses fail. You want to know why? Due to lack of capital. So how is a community, a group of people, a race of people who've already underprivileged, who already have systems going against them, going to magically come up with capital to start a business in which majority of them will fail? What are you talking about? Like, what networking is going to happen with that?
Hold on. Most people on YouTube, these kids playing video games, they didn't have that much capital. All they went and bought them a game system and got the internet from Spectrum probably, and boom, and started playing games, and people start watching them, and they start making money. You can make money. You just got to think out the box.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's all you got to do.
All right.
I mean, I'm saying you don't need $1 million to start a business. A lot of people start a business off an idea that was, I mean, look at, Windows. Windows was off an idea. Like,
do you know how Windows came to be? Bill Gates?
Yeah. Yeah, in his garage. Or was that Steve Jobs?
Do you know?
It was in his garage. Well, anyway, look, you still stay amazing.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call, my guy. You take care and stay safe. I love y'all. I really do. I love black people. I really do. But I'm gonna be taking Spanish lessons. Just to give heads up. 358, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Hey, what's up, Lucas? How you doing?
I'm doing amazing.
Anyway, yeah, cool. Anyway, I disagree with you on the Claudine Gay stuff. That the reason that she got fired is because it's racism. It's not because
Claudine Gay. Oh yeah. What about it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's racism, man. I think you misread the whole scenario and the whole political aspect of it.
Oh, what was the political
she was
aspect
a powerful woman. Yeah, so she was, it was not just her. Like, many white people got fired too because of, they criticized Israel. Even right now in France, I think 2 footballers are going to, have court dates because, what they posted online. So what it is making people on the top, or whatever it is, entertainers or educators or anybody, is to make sure, they stay in line. And so, that's
so
what
Jewish
see,
people got her fired just like they killed Jesus, is what you're saying.
That's not what I said, man. What the fuck are you doing?
That's what it sounds like, right? Because it's not racial. It was just that she talked about Jewish people.
Killing Jesus stuff from? I didn't say about killing Jesus, man. What the fuck, bro?
Well, I'm just saying that they're the motivation. They're the motivating factor, right? They motivated Jesus to get killed, just like they motivated what's her name to get to resign.
No, like Lucas. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to say, like, if you're in a certain position of power, and you go against the powers that be, like
so the powers that be would be Jewish people. It would be Zionists.
I'm not going to make it racial. I would say, okay, Zionist.
That's not racial. Zionism is not a race that I'm aware of. Jewish isn't a race; it's a religion.
Okay, well, anyway, like we'll just
because hold on, she got fired due to what? Anti-Semitism, right?
But that's not true, though, because she.
What do you mean it's not true?
I mean, she didn't even do anything. But look at that, she was anti-Semitic. That's not true.
I'm saying that's the reason why she got fired, or why, quote unquote, she resigned.
No, well, they said she resigned because they found something on her. They found that she plagiarized.
That's not the reason why, because they didn't have any plagiarism on her. That's a right-wing narrative.
Yeah.
There was no plagiarism.
Yeah, the reason she got fired is because her students were protesting and
so it was due to Zionists who got her fired because they didn't like the freedom of speech that was on campus.
Yeah, but it's not because she's black.
Okay, then. All right, fine. I don't have a problem. Fine. If you don't want to take into account the racial factor of that, by all means. It was just due to Zionism.
Yeah.
So Jewish people, right, who don't like freedom of speech, got these people fired.
Yes.
All right, fair enough. I'll co-sign that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And what I want to say, so the problem is right now, though, it's going to make black people's life a little bit harder because I think Zionists are not seeing black people right now as an enemy because of what happened, within Claudine Gay, between South Africa, what they're doing right now. It's like, there'll be a little bit more worry of putting black people in positions of power. But, it's fucking crazy, though.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I think we very much are in alignment.
That's why, that's why you hear like the ridiculous talking points. I don't know which senator it was, but it was one black senator. It's like, just said, Israelis just want to be free, just like Martin Luther King wants to be liberated. I don't remember that.
That's, it is, hey, it is what it is. That's wild. That's wild.
I don't remember Martin Luther King killing 9,000 kids, but
I don't recall that either.
Hey, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say, man.
All right, appreciate the call. Stay safe.
Yeah.
I think that may be the first time I've ever agreed with him, bro. I think that may be the first time I've ever agreed with him. In the history of Disagreement Day, maybe the first time I've ever agreed with him. Sharif said, Jews be Jewing. Let me just be clear. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. I don't hate Jewish people. I have a lot of good Jewish friends. A lot of exes that were Jewish. It has nothing to do with hating Jewish people. Absolutely not. 346, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
What's good, Lucas? This is Solid Gold. For people who don't understand why immigrants come technically over here and end up making more money, especially than blacks and poor whites, is because they actually have skills, right? So a lot of those people, right, I want people to understand people are welders and they have welding and HVAC and, other type plumbing and carpentry in other countries. They're not living in huts. So when people bring those type of skills to America, instantaneously these skills are coveted in America. So that's why you see Jose having an HVAC company, and then within 1 or 2 years, he's working for himself, having his own van and got his own house and everything like that, while most black people are working 40 hours a week and still barely being able to pay their damn rent. Stop with this understanding that immigrants are coming over here.
Because the majority, from my understanding, are low skilled, right? The majority of immigrants who come over here, illegal immigrants, go to low skilled jobs.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, you have what they consider sanitation workers, like housekeeping, but those are traditionally women. And here's the biggest disclaimer: their women have no problem working, and they be married. They be having husbands and everything. And
I'm unaware of these illegal immigrants who are coming from Mexico or anywhere who are highly skilled individuals. That doesn't exist.
Like you don't think that they have welders and
there's no data to represent this, right?
See, that's why I feel like that. Well, I would say this. I feel like this is that you just have to actually come and see it. See, I live in Texas, where they dominate the workforce, right? And so I'm able to actually see it, right? A lot of those guys already have.
So there's a difference, right? Because I think it sounds like you're possibly conflating people who are working versus people who are fresh off the boat or fresh out of the water or whatever.
Well, it's not hard for them to get work though when you have a skill, Lucas. That's what I'm saying. Well, like there's so many skills that we don't even, that most Americans don't even know about, that actually take place in these different countries. I don't disagree,
but I think it's not so much as a skill as opposed to they have an opportunity to learn said skill, right? Because if you already had a fellow immigrant and they know you, and there's very much a network of them, then you can say, hey, I know this job that's hiring, or hey, I'm trying to start my own thing, and I can teach you on the job. So it seems to be more of a network as opposed to a bunch of highly skilled immigrants who just happen to be, I don't know, they got highly skilled in their country of origin, and was like, well, there's no opportunity to use these skills and utilize them, so I'm going to go to America. I'm unaware of any data that reflects that.
Met a lawyer that was from Argentina that came over here and started practicing law school.
Okay, so a lawyer from Argentina. I don't think that's the same thing as far as an illegal immigrant, right? Because I think we're confusing as far as illegal immigration with like HB1 visas. Those are two different things.
Yeah, so you got
those who come over here on a pass on a visa, very, very different from those who illegally enter the country.
Yeah, but okay, like right now we had just this month alone almost 400,000 immigrants enter through Texas, just Texas alone, right? Those people, I want you to understand, they are called asylum. We understand, we call them illegal immigrants. But right now, there are asylum seekers. Right now, they can get work going wherever they're going to. And I want you to understand that a lot of these people have skills that American people don't have.
I'm unfamiliar with this. I haven't seen it represented anywhere.
I mean, they're in the workforce. They dominate the workforce.
I don't disagree that many immigrants, as far as may dominate the workforce. I'm just unfamiliar with these highly skilled individuals who are dominating the workforce.
Because you're not around them. I'm an HVAC technician. I actually went to HVAC school, right? I went the traditional way of becoming an HVAC technician. These people come over here with the knowledge of know-how to actually do these skills. This is why they're everywhere in the places
I'm unaware
that have
I hear what you're saying, right? But I just don't have any data that represents what you're saying.
So who are building? Who is laying concrete who is laying a concrete slab at a construction zone at a house?
What do you mean?
Who is laying the concrete slab? If you got your house built right now, who do you think you're going to see laying down concrete slabs?
Doing the work, probably a Latino.
Yeah. If you came just to a random construction zone where people are building houses, who you think is laying concrete slabs?
A Latino.
Okay. Here's another question: who's doing the infrastructure in your basic city?
I'm not sure. Possibly. I don't know. But let's say, for sake of argument, a
Latino. It's more likely if you call an HVAC technician or electrician, what is he? Latino. If you call, let's go into a different realm. Most process technicians that exist, I know for a fact in Texas, that dealing on these refineries and working these goddamn oil fields, what are they? Latino. These are not cheap jobs. I don't understand why y'all think that these people, and don't get me wrong, I understand the idea that they're coming here working for less. They're not.
Here's the thing. I'm unaware of that being the case because all data that I've come across suggests that they are. So just because you may be doing the job doesn't mean that you're highly skilled, and it doesn't reflect your pay.
No. You have to. These skills, these jobs require skills. A complete dumbass
I'm not disputing that some of them do, but what you're essentially saying is that these individuals who are illegally coming here are those highly skilled individuals. There's nothing that I've come across that shows that to be the case.
I don't know if you. Okay, hold on. Let me slow down and backtrack a little bit. I'm not backtracking, but let me slow down. Let's get an understanding so that the listener can understand what I'm saying. Right? Latinos, they have a network, and you said they have. We both agree that they have a network, right?
Well, I think. Hold on. We're talking about legal immigration, right? So let's see. Prepared testimony from Stephen A., Director of Research, Center for Immigration Studies. As all prior research and limited data on the current surge indicate that the overwhelming majority of illegal immigrants have modest education levels. Based on prior research, some 69% of adult illegal immigrants have no education beyond high school. 13% have some college, and 18% have at least a bachelor's degree. The overwhelming majority of these individuals, due to their education levels, they are heavily concentrated in lower wage, less skilled jobs such as construction labor, building cleaning and maintenance, food services and preparation, groundskeeping, retail sales, and food processing. However, the vast majority of workers in these jobs are still U.S. born or legal immigrants. So I'm unaware of any data point, anything that says that these individuals are coming over here who are highly skilled and they're going into highly skilled jobs.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, what is your opinion? Okay, how much do you think a construction worker makes, basically? And how many hours
I don't know, but I think you may be confusing the generation of immigrants, possibly, because there are generations of immigrants. There are some who have been here and may have gotten that as far as those skills over time, just being here in the country. But people who are coming here, fresh off the boat, wherever they're coming from, aren't highly skilled. Now, they become highly skilled over time, but they're not coming here highly skilled.
Okay. Do you know what a winding machine is?
Pardon?
Oh, do you know what a winding machine is?
A winding machine is? No, I don't.
Okay, a winding machine is used to wrap a filler inside of a gasket, right? Now, you would think, well, damn, that doesn't sound technically hard at all, right? It's not. It's not a hard job at all. All right. I stepped into a plant the other day, and they had a bunch of these winding machines. They make gaskets for various chemical pipeline companies, right? Do you know what the average pay is inside of that winding production facility, right? $18. Now, you would say, well, $18 is not a lot of money. But when you work 60 hours a week, right, that comes out to, let's say, I would say $1,300 a week, right? The average American doesn't even make $1,300 a week. But you say that's low. But you say, right, that's considered low wage, that's considered low labor. They're not coming here and doing that. They would just stay in their own country. They're coming here and they're getting these type of jobs.
I hear what you're saying, right? But that's not reflected in any data point.
How is it not? Okay, I don't care about data. I understand you do. I'm telling you.
I don't know how you cannot care about data, because I'm arguing that the person that you believe is making that amount is not making that amount.
But I'm saying
just because they're inside the building or they're inside the organization does not mean that they specifically are making that amount.
They are. I'm telling you.
When was the last time you asked one of these individuals how much they made?
Lucas, we have a partnership with their company. I'm saying
I'm not asking. I'm asking. Since you're giving me anecdotal data, I don't have a problem with that. But when was the last time you spoke to one of these illegals and asked, "Hey, how much are you making?"
When I was at the plant.
So you went up to them, you asked them if they were illegal or what their status was, which, from my understanding, is illegal to do. But you did it anyway.
It's not illegal. People are not afraid to discuss their races. I don't know why people think they are.
Okay, so they let you know as far as their status, right? Their citizenship status. And they told you, hey, I'm illegal. And then you proceeded to ask them, well, how much are you getting paid? And they said, hey, I'm making $19 an hour. Is that what you're telling me happened?
Okay, you go to the... Oh, hey, let me say this. When we're in this place, right, we're getting gaskets, right? I'm trying to say, okay, damn, this look interesting. How much y'all get paid to do this, right? Oh, 18. The lead. We're not
talking about how much they get paid to do that. We're trying to determine, because you're suggesting that illegals who are coming over here are getting paid.
They're not illegal. Lucas, okay, listen, hear me out. People who come into this country right now are not illegals. Now, we might call them illegal immigrants, but they have rights to work. They're giving them rights to work.
People who illegally come into the country are illegal aliens, or better known as maybe undocumented immigrants, right? So they're undocumented immigrants. That is different from someone who legally comes into the country as a documented immigrant or on a visa. Those are two different groups of people.
Kamala Harris. Okay, listen to me, Lucas. Your Vice President Kamala Harris, right, have giving people the right to seek asylum. So if they come to this country right now from Guatemala, Honduras, anywhere like this, and they approach this border and say, "Hey, I'm seeking asylum," right? What Craig Abbott is doing is say, "Okay, bet. I'm going to put you on a bus and I'm going to send you to New York." Right now, you have all this documentation. They're giving them legal rights to work as soon as they're into the States.
I understand. So you're telling me, so the person you asked, they told you that they were here as a refugee.
This has only been in like the last year. Before then.
So I hear what you're saying. So you're telling me the person that you asked, they said that they were a refugee. They were here on asylum, and they were getting paid around the same amount that that other individuals were getting paid.
To work. They have the right. Yes, they have the right to work.
I'm not saying what they have the right or what they don't have the right. I don't know the legality of that. I'm just going off of your anecdote of you believing that these individuals who came here and are asylum seeking are high skilled individuals that are making a decent amount of pay.
Do you not think?
So I'm asking you, what personal anecdotal experience do you have? Have you spoken to any of these people who are refugee seekers and they told you how much they're making?
I know this might sound crazy. I actually come in contact with these people because why? The career field that I work in, right?
I hear that, but how do you know that they're refugees? But how do you know they're they're asylum seekers?
Lucas, the man I just met with the lawyer I just talked to you about wasn't even here 6 months ago. He just came.
I'm asking you. Listen. So there are various degrees of immigration, right? We understand this, correct?
No, you got people with work visas. You got illegal immigrants, and then you have asylum seekers. I know. I'm not stupid. I just told you.
Okay, so the lawyer you talked to was an asylum seeker. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking to you when he had a work visa. Now I'm talking. The lawyer had a work visa. But
so he had a work visa. He's not an asylum seeker.
Lucas, not everybody who comes over here is an illegal immigrant. That's a Mexican. I'm telling you that these people who come from these various different countries from down south are coming here with skills that you do not, as a black person, possess or have. And when they go into when they go and sit into one of these people for an interview, they're going to hire these people at a wage comparable that they would hire someone that's black or white or poor white or Asian or anything like that. That's what I'm telling you. Stop thinking that Mexicans are coming over here working for $2 a day. They would not survive if that's what they were working for. These people are coming over here flourishing way more than any of us. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. The logic that these people are coming over here, and I'm sorry I'm not trying to yell, that they're coming over here working for pennies on a dollar does not make sense when you can barely make it yourself. That does not make sense. I understand what you're saying. I understand that there's vast realms of everything. But to believe and think that these people are coming over here working for $2 a day does not make sense. There's no way you're going to do plumbing for somebody or laying concrete or asphalt or doing any of those things for $2 a fucking day. That does not make sense. These people got brand new trucks and houses and cars, all type of shit. They're not doing this for no $5 to $10 a day. I'm sorry. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm not, like I said, that is mind-boggling to me because most people who say that don't even have a job. Oh, they're coming over here working for $10 an hour. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're coming over here working 60, 65 hours a week, making $17, $18 an hour, and they got 5, 10 motherfuckers living in one house. So when they pay that house up, they buy the house next door to it, and they keep doing the same shit. While we as black folks have perpetual debt, gotta get a car note, paying $700 a day. $700 a month, another $300 in insurance, another $1,800. We're not doing what they're doing. That's why we're consistently broke, and they're not. They're women. Little Consuela, she's up there cleaning toilets for $13, $14 an hour. That little money that she's bringing in, working those little 60 hours a week, that she's able to buy her husband a dump truck. I know a Mexican right now that ain't been in the country 5 years, got a dump truck making 20 grand a month off a dump truck. We're not doing those things. They are. That's why they have more than us.
Now,
And
this
to
individual
believe
with
that-
the dump truck, well, how did he just end up making that money?
And I know for he in Houston, I don't know about anywhere else, right? One of the biggest, I guess you would say, opportunities as an entrepreneur is owning your own rig or dump truck, right? Opening a truck. And you can go to these refineries, you can work with demolition companies, and they'll just pay you to put your truck there just to sit there for hours on hours. And every time your truck fills up, you go dump it at a location.
Got you. So you're saying that a person can just simply make $20K just by buying a dump truck?
Yeah, you got people literally making $500 to $1,000 a day doing that shit, dude, Lucas.
Okay. Do you think that maybe he must have some connections or must have a network or possibly that he's plugged into?
Yes, you got to know somebody, but I'm saying, Lucas, that this is a
so
form
how
of
do you think that
entrepreneurship.
came to be, as far as him knowing this
Okay,
individual?
You know how they got there? You know how they got there, right? They're Mexican and they take care of their people. So his sister might be married, right, to a guy that drives the forklift for the company, and the guy whose mom who's driving forklift is fucking the her owner, and shit. That's just how that works. That's how that works, Lucas. I'm sorry to tell black people this, but that's how that works. These Mexicans are not coming over. If you really believe that they're coming, I know I ain't the only one that's seeing it.
Well, it's not about what I believe. I'm just saying every data point that I've looked at is suggesting that you're inaccurate.
You know, they do that to make Americans feel good, but in reality, you don't see too many Mexican men walking or riding a bus. They be 6 deep in the truck, and they're gonna do that till they all got a truck. So this whole notion that
that would lead me to believe that they're not making enough money, right? Because a moment in time where you have a bunch of 6 people, or you have 8 people in a house, or in a studio apartment, that would suggest to me that probably you're not making enough, and you have to pool your resources together.
True. That's not true. No, what they believe in, they don't believe in giving their money away like Americans do. See, Americans have the belief pattern that you should give your money away. They don't. Okay. They don't have no problem, right, taking their first paycheck.
I just haven't come across as far as a bunch of 6-figure Hispanics living in a studio apartment.
I'll tell you right. Well, they might not. Let's just be honest, right? The average American's not making 6 figures. So let's say anywhere between $60,000 to $75,000, right? That's a good wage for a man in America. There's a lot of them making that. A lot of them. And they wife working 40, 50 hours too. So don't think, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. The Mexicans not doing that. Little Consuela and Rosie, they be cleaning houses, making that same, going out there working. All this black woman want to be a stay-at-home wife shit. They don't do that. Little Asian lady, Sue Young, she out here doing nails and shit and all type of shit. So that whole notion that you got that your man's supposed to pay all the bills, don't nobody say that shit except for black people. You know why? The objective is different. Like I say, they will ride 6 deep in a truck. They will buy a car for $800, ride 6 deep in this motherfucker to work, and before you know it, 6 months, they all driving brand new Chevy trucks, Ford trucks and Rams and shit like that. Then what makes it even worse, they so deep, when it comes for promotions, they automatically look within their own people. Hey, it's a ladder effect. I go up the ladder, you go up the ladder. We getting passed over. We do all, I'm gonna be honest with you. In most fields that I work in, Lucas, because of me being a felon, I can't work in corporate America, right? We do all the work. Black men do all the work. We do all the work while they sit and watch us work. I swear to God. But when time for promotions come, they promote their own people. I swear to God. We do all the back-breaking labor, we do all that. When black folks work in the same environment they work in, we do all the work. And when it comes to promotion, they promote their own people. So little Hector, who's 24, who's been sitting on his ass the last 6 months, that's the manager's nephew, and that's his wife's brother or whatever the fuck it is. He a manager now. He making $22, $23 an hour just watching me work, and I'm doing all the backbreaking labor. They do that shit all day out here. And if y'all believe that they coming over here and not making $9 an hour, you stupid. Hell, McDonald's don't even pay $9 an hour no more. So why do people believe they're working for that? I don't understand that. You show me one place you show me one place that's actually paying someone $9 an hour. Just pull it up, Lucas. Just pull it up on Indeed or something. $9 an hour. You can't find it. So why do we have this thought process that these Mexicans are coming over here working for that? You can't get a job, you know what I'm saying, working under the table. Nobody's going to take that. Nobody's going to risk that lawsuit, right? Especially big corporations like McDonald's or nothing where they have to file a tax. Nobody's doing that. Not no big Fortune 500 company. I'm sorry, we can stop that. That's a lie. Don't think that. That's all I'm saying, Lucas. We as black folks got to really change this thought process that Mexicans are coming over here working for pennies on the dollar, because they not. And then I'm gonna tell you where a lot of Africans, a lot of Arabs go into business at. They work for the state or federal government. They working at prisons and shit. A lot of them Africans that you see coming from all over there, they come right in the States and work for prisons and police stations and all type of shit like that. That's all I got to say. Please, as Americans, stop thinking that Mexicans are coming over here to work for pennies on the dollar, because they're not. That's it. I'm gone, Lucas.
Gotcha. Appreciate it. $408, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I want to know what your argument's about.
What?
Like, okay, what's your point of view and your perspective, and what are you trying to say?
On what?
Immigration. Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I seen your thing on YouTube, and fucking nigga.
Yeah, that's who's coming over here. That's who's coming over here. And if you think they're gonna be working with you, you're delusional. Absolutely delusional. Skate Queen says he's lying about them not working under the table. Big corps employ them through temp agencies. It's called human trafficking. I know, but Solid Gold, there's when someone knows something, you can't tell them they don't know what they know. It's easier to tell them, easier to tell them a lie than it is to tell someone the truth. So, I mean, if you know that, okay, by all means. That's your people calling from 408? No, it's not. Bro, don't be saying that's my people. Get the hell out of here, big dog. Get the heck up out of here. Often Band says, you win, Lucas. I used to refuse to believe that we would be extinct in 5 years, but these callers and their stupidity have worn me down. I give up. What is that? Is that San Jose? Yeah. I don't disagree. I mean, it just is what it is, bro. I'm just at the point where I'm just, we may have to discontinue Disagreement Day, because I don't feel like arguing with niggas. It just may get to that point where it's like, okay, nigga, yeah, you're right, you got it. You're right. No, you're right. Bet 100%. All right. Okay. That's where it's, I don't know, it's slowly getting there. It's not there yet. I'm not fully there, but it's getting there, bro. It's definitely getting there. We're like, okay. What'd you say? Skate Queen says, and then they come see me with all kinds of health problems and die at 50. Doesn't sound like a W. 323, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Hey, yo, Lucas, what is it that you disagree with the last caller, though? I mean, I understand you trying to say everything he's saying is anecdotal, but...
Well, what I disagree with is as far as those aren't the people who are coming here illegally. Right? The people who are coming here on visas, they have money. You have to have money in order to get a visa, whatnot.
Right.
So there's a different caliber of immigrants. Not all immigrants are the same, and surely not illegal immigrants. The majority of illegals coming over here are low-skilled individuals. They're low-skilled laborers. And in many cases, they're paid under the table. So just because they are working in a company or you see them working on a construction site, first off, you would have to determine whether or not they're legal, which is, I don't know anyone who's going to go up to them and ask them their, their status. And secondly, we would have to prove that they're, getting paid as the same amount as an American or even a legal immigrant. So I'm unaware of these illegal immigrants who are coming over here with I don't know, the ability to solder and all these high skilled skills. That's not happening, and it's not reflected in any data.
I mean, for you to say it's not happening, that's not true, because like these people come from civilizations. You act like these people come from like the jungle or something. A lot of them have skills.
Are you referring to the legals or illegal immigrants?
Both. Like I said, it might, like you said, it might be anecdotal, but you gotta understand, like, these are people, and when you have people, you have housing, you have water, you have food, etc., etc. Because they coming over here, a lot of them come over here for the American dream or like something going on in their country. But at the end of the day, these people were living before they came here.
So I'm not disputing, obviously, that they're people and obviously they were living, right? But their standard of living is vastly different from the standard of living here in the States. So when you think of someone who's coming over here for American dream, that means their standard of living was significantly lower and they want to do better for themselves, hence coming here to the country.
Well, you can say that about any country, because at the end of the day, if you actually look at every civilization, most of them have.
You can't say that about any country.
But hear me out.
If you I can't hear you out because this is not reflected in the data. The majority of the legal immigrants are coming from lavish countries that are doing, well. Nor are they doing well in these countries. They're not. They're coming from, as Trump would say, shithole countries.
But what I'm saying is people that are doing well. So the people that's coming over,
I don't dispute that there are possibly a handful of people who are doing well, just like I don't dispute that there's a handful of black people who are doing well as well.
But in every country, you have the rich. You have people that are making money. So the point is, the ones that are coming over here are the ones that aren't making money and being sold the American dream. So, but the whole point is they're people. So they have skills. They have jobs. They've done stuff before. I'm not saying they come over here, all of them come over here highly skilled. But if you play, it's a numbers game. Some of them going to have skills. Some of them were doctors over there. You need doctors.
No, it's not a numbers game because we have the numbers. They're not coming over here with skills.
But you have numbers.
They're barely coming over here with an education and the ability to speak English.
But you have numbers from people that sit behind the desk. Like, I agree. Like, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but I live in California and so do you. But I live in a working class. I mean, I actually work with these people. And yeah, temp agency, but who is majority of people that work in these labor forces? They're Mexican. So when they see each other, they have sympathy for each other. If you even drive around, like South Central and shit like that, you have like little tax offices that say, that help you get your green card. They look out for each other, like homie said. So even if they don't come over here with high skills, they have some type of knowledge because they have to build their own stuff. You know what I mean? They work with their hands. I mean, and then also, like you said before, too, yeah, they might not be getting paid initially what everybody else is getting paid, but like homie said, they all getting paid jack shit. What happens is they all live in the same house, and also they have cousins and family members that rope them in. And, bro, I lived in, like, El Monte, bro. It'd be like 10 of them in a fucking one-bedroom apartment. And then now, you know, I moved up out of there. I got my own crib in Bakersfield. And, like, bro, across the street is a 5-bedroom. It's like 8 of them in there. I'm out here, trying to pay bills for myself. But, bro, they all work together. Like, now the people that live across the street might not be illegal immigrants coming over fresh off the boat. But one generation in, bro, they already have access to these jobs.
Gotcha.
At fair wage. So even if they aren't getting paid, even if they aren't skilled, what they do is they bring each other in. So I mean, yeah, a study from somebody that's sitting behind the desk. But if you actually go out here and see, I work with Mexicans. They don't work hard, like real rap. Like they just put each other on. Like that's what they do. You notice they eat Mexican food all day, every day. Not because the shit is delicious, it's because it's Mexican. Gotcha. They support their own.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. You take care, stay safe. Niggas is banned from calling. After this call, black men, you're banned from calling for today. 346, you're on the line. What's it? After this call, black men are banned from calling today. 909, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why. I can't. Black men, you're banned. For today, you're banned from calling. If you're a black man, do not call in. 909, are you a black man? 909, are you a black man?
Yo, what's poppin'?
Are you a black man, 909?
No, I'm a Mexican.
You're Mexican? Okay. What's the disagreement?
Look, bro, this is what you're saying. Like, what you want America to be just all whites and blacks with like you don't want Mexican illegals to come, right?
Well, I would prefer no illegals come, not just of Mexicans. It has nothing to do with Mexicans.
Okay, so you're not a racist.
No.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, for sure. But so you feel like the people that were born in Mexico shouldn't have the same opportunity as the people that were born here in U.S., right?
No, I think the issue is not as far as with people coming over here for a better opportunity, because I think everyone should. I would do that at a job, right? If I wasn't getting paid enough and there was another job that was offering more pay, I'm going to go to that job. I think the issue has to do as far as with legality, because we have to know who's coming into the country. Because not everyone who's quote unquote looking for a better opportunity wants to do right by everyone who's in this country. Some people may just dislike the country.
Okay. So look, I don't get it, man. Like I'm trying to understand, like.
Well, think of it this way, right? You have a place where you.
I'm trying to
understand
your point of view.
Well, you go to sleep under a house, right? In your bed.
Okay, exactly.
Would you allow anyone to come into your place of residence?
Of course not. What kind of question is that, bro?
Well, that's the whole point, right? Is that you have to know who's coming in and whether or not they mean you well or they mean harm. That's all.
Oh, okay. So you mean more security?
Well, sure. But also, it's not necessarily security, because it has to do as far as with the standards that we hold the security to, right? Because you can say, well, I do filter who comes in, but I just ask them what their name is.
All right, bro. I just wanted to see, like, what was up. But, I mean, We're all good.
Well, you wouldn't
At the
have
end
a
of the
bunch of
day.
people living in your place, right? If you had roommates and these roommates weren't fucking doing anything and just laying on the couch eating the food that you were working hard for.
But that's not how. I mean, that's
I'm not
every
saying
day,
that's
that's
illegal
for
immigrants who are
everybody.
coming over here, right? But you would want to filter. That's if you were to have a roommate, you would want to filter people out who had that mindset. Because there's nothing worse going to the fridge and the food that you had is gone.
All right. Yeah, all right. I didn't know shit, but all right, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate the call. Let me be clear. It has nothing to do with Mexicans, Latinos, or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. I would say the same thing for mofos in Haiti who spoke French or some shit. Like, nigga, I don't speak French. I don't speak French. But I know you gotta hold your own weight. You gotta hold your own nuts. So what it has to deal with is making sure people who come over here can sustain themselves. That's what it has to deal with. It has nothing to do with as far as whether they're Mexican, that's a no. That means nothing to me. 909, you're on the line. What's the disagreement?
Hello?
Tell me why.
What's up, Lucas? I don't know what that retard was all on about in the last call, but I say fuck coons and fuck niggers. Straight up.
Okay. All right. Lord in heaven. It seems that we've hit a sensitive spot. Are these the people you work with, Solid Gold? I'm just curious. Solid Gold is like, oh yeah, I know him. I work with him. He makes 8 figures. And he just got here last week. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting, Solid. 980, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Man, what is going on, Lucas? What kind of show is you
Wait,
doing
is this
right
Mogul?
now?
Mogul, do you identify as a
know
black
it's
man?
Mogul. So how you going, that man?
Get off the line, bro. I don't want to speak to any black men. I'm sorry. You guys are. When I say you're banned, I mean you're banned for today. There will be no black men calling in for today's disagreement. Black women, by all means, but black men, you banned right now. I'm sorry. Please don't call in because I don't want to hear what you have to say because I think I'm disgusted with you guys right now. I really am. I've heard enough stupid shit from a black man today that I just you may be banned tomorrow. To be honest with you, you niggas may be banned tomorrow. Just to be honest with you, you may have. I'm trying to think of a way to filter out some of you niggas from calling in. Cause goddamn, bro. 980, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
That man asked if you was a racist.
Sir, I just told you. Mogul keeps on calling in. Is Mogul trying to tell us something? Is Mogul not black? Mogul is biracial. You still black if you biracial, bro. I don't get this. Even Dr. Umar would say that. Yeah, please stop calling in. I don't want to hear what you all have to say. Call in to someone else, bro. Black men, this ain't the stream for you today. You can listen, okay? You can put comments in the chat, but don't call in. I don't want to hear it. You're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
How's your night going tonight, sir?
Sir, are you black?
I'm alien.
Okay, that's not a race. Are you black?
I'm from Mars, sir.
So are you black? Are you ashamed to be black?
Is today disagreement day?
Yes, it is. Are you a black man?
Or is it Hispanic day, sir?
Sir, are you a black man? I'm just asking a question.
So wait. Are you today?
Sir, I need to know, are you a black man, sir?
No. Are you capping for these Hispanics, sir?
Sir, I'm not capping for anybody. Are you a black man, sir?
No, see, this is the consequences of living in America.
Sir, I'm asking a simple question. Are you a black man?
What do you mean, am I a black man?
Oh, wow. This is crazy. Are you a black man?
Sir, I'm from the planet Mars.
Okay. I haven't come across. I don't like Martians either. So
you never been to Mars, sir?
I don't like Martians. I can just tell.
So when is black men supposed to call in?
Black men are banned from calling in today. As of maybe tomorrow, maybe later on in the stream, but as of right now, yeah, they're banned.
Oh, okay. I might see you tomorrow then.
All right. You take care. If any black women would like to call in, you're more than welcome. Black men are I just can't listen to y'all say anymore. Everyone else is open. Niggas, I'm sorry. Y'all just gonna have to just sit on the sidelines. I'm sorry. 209, you're on the line. What's a disagreement? And tell me why.
Hello. Hey, I disagree with the fact that you say illegal immigrants.
Oh my God. Somehow, I say black men are banned, and now we have a bunch of racist Latinos calling in. I didn't even know Latinos watch the show. I think that's wild because I didn't say anything against Latinos, right? I didn't say anything against Mexicans, did I? I just brought up data in regards to that, hey, these mofos aren't coming over here that are highly skilled. Is it racist to say that illegal immigrants aren't highly skilled? Like these niggas aren't coming over here with doctorates and shit? Am I missing something? I don't, this is wild to me, bro. This is fucking wild. I don't even understand. I don't even understand. I'm lost. I'm confused. What you mad at? Are these a bunch of fucking illegals call in? Is it because they don't like the word illegal? But from my understanding, when you get the visa, it says you're an alien, right? It says you're a natural alien of the country or something like that. I don't understand. I don't get it. 909, you're online. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Don't ever call Mexico.
Don't ever comment. I don't know what he was gonna say. It was gonna be some wild shit, bro. Do I need to start speaking Spanish? Hold on. Let me switch it up since we have this newfound fucking Spanish population who is now watching the show. Mi amigos. Mi amas? Is it mi amas? Shit, I'm sorry. I've been slacking on my Spanish. I'm sorry. Lo siento. Uno momento, por favor, amigos. Uno momento, por favor. Uno momento. Uno momento, por favor. Ay, Chihuahua. Amigos, mi nombre es Lucas. Amazing Lucas, ¿ok? Cálmate, amigos. Cálmate, ¿ok? Cálmate. Let's see. Es Lucas. ¿Cómo se dice? Come in peace. Vengo en paz. ¿Ok? Vengo en paz. Vengo en paz. Vengo en paz. ¿Ok? Amigo. Mi amigo. Mi amigo. Vengo en paz. Mi amigo. ¿Ok? Ay, Chihuahua. Ay, Chihuahua. Dios mío, it's very, how do you say violent? Angry. How do you say angry in Spanish? Just, Lord, just, okay. Necesito que te calmes, okay? Necesito que te calmes. Necesito que te calmes, okay? Just stop. You hurting my ears. My Spanish is flawless. It's impeccable. Big dog. Okay? Goodness gracious. Talk about fucking... I didn't know immigration was such a touchy fucking subject. I don't even know. Well, I guess ever since we had that fucking... Well, what am I talking about? LA Council was like, hey, fuck that guy. He's with the blacks. Woo-wee, bro. Y'all, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You importing fucking enemies is crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Importing enemies is fucking wild. That's some wild shit. I just don't know what to tell y'all. Lucas, try speaking Mandarin. Nah, I'm gonna focus on my Spanish first. Focus on my Spanish first. Yeah, I mean, the N-word doesn't really impact me online because I'm like, you call me an N-word online. What am I going to do with that? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to be like, oh, why did you do that? I don't understand. I don't get it. 917. Hola.
Yes, hello, hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien, bien.
All right.
Yeah, I speak English too.
Go ahead.
All right. This is Disagreement Day, right?
You don't happen to be a black man, right?
No, I'm Hispanic.
All right.
I'm Dominican.
Okay. Got you.
Is Dominicans allowed?
Absolutely. Just no el negro.
Okay. Yeah, negro. Prieto,
Gotcha.
negro. First of all, what was the disagreement? Or what was the topic? Because I forgot. Can you just, real quick?
I mean, there's a variety of topics. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the content, but it just depends on if you heard me say something that you disagree.
Okay. You're talking about the recent thing that you're discussing about how white people are blaming black people for everything?
Oh, the DEI? Yeah, that was one topic. The diversity, diversity, equity, and inclusion? Yeah, how they're trying to blame black people for the plane crash and whatnot.
Oh yeah. They're saying that because black people diversity hires do a bad job, they can't fix the thing and all that, and the doors properly.
Yeah.
Why don't African Americans take that and decide to make their own? Because the thing I disagree with, like me being Hispanic, one thing I know about African Americans, and one thing I like about what you say is I feel like African Americans still have the slave master mentality. Because to me, as a Hispanic,
well, if I could ask you a question, are you Mexican or?
I'm Dominican.
Dominican. Okay, got you. What do you think as far as Dominicans in the country do different than Black Americans?
You know why? Because we come with a different mentality. Because we are poor, right? So when we come with a mentality of, okay, I got to make money, like a hustle mentality. Hustle, make money. And the advantage we have in our country, the currency, the exchange rate is different. So $20 in America and DR is more money. So that's the advantage we have.
Gotcha. Do you think there's a different as far as unity or in type of grouping engagement that you guys have differently?
Yeah, we look out for each other. Okay. Dominicans, we look out for each other and we don't like mingling. Like you see with the whole black people, the attitude, we be having the same attitude. Oh, the morenos, get them away. And we always look out for each other and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying with the DUI stuff that you mentioned. Why don't African Americans, why don't you guys just start your own airline and stuff? Why are you always relying on white people, right, and complaining to them? Because they obviously don't care about that.
Got you. The reason why I would say is it seems that our elite class has been taken over. That's what it seems. So the individuals, the elites, the black elites who have the money to probably start their own airlines, they're not doing it because it's more of an individual basis as opposed to more of a group.
That's the problem. Because see, Dominicans, we stick together. If it was a Dominican dude, we're like, what? We'll curse them out, and then we just do our own thing. Oh, I say we make our own airline. Screw that. But it seems like y'all keep on going back and forth with white people, like, and y'all want them to fix your problems. So I'm like, why can't y'all follow everybody else and just do it yourself? Like, for example, I play video games. Why is it video games is full of white people? Why can't black people make their own black studio and make games where I could play as a black person?
Well, the problem with that is, right, is that when, from my experience, what I've seen that attempted or hinted at, people make it seem as if it's racist, right? Because they'll say, hey, why is it a black studio? Why can't it just be an American studio?
But that's the problem. Like, I'm Dominican, right? Say, if I were to make a Dominican studio, nobody would say that. But, oh, Dominican studio, we're going to make a game based in DR, and, you know, everybody speaks Spanish. People would just say, oh, it's an exotic game or something. So I don't understand why. Like, that's why I don't understand the politics, because that kind of makes no sense.
I agree. I think that's the issue that many face, because when they try to do something, it's like, because I know recently there was a bunch of black families who were buying up property in order to, you know, house, you know, black people and whatnot, and they were accused of racism.
That's crazy. Because that don't happen with no other race. If a Muslim were to do that, they don't say nothing. If a Jew did it, if anybody else does it, like, nobody say nothing. So I just don't understand that dynamic. That's crazy. It almost seems like y'all still slaves and stuff. Like,
I think there's definitely a certain mentality that's that's attached to us that isn't found in other groups.
Yeah, because as a Dominican, I can't really comprehend that. Because, like I said before, in New York, we look out for each other. So it's like, you know what I mean? If other people get fuck them, you know what I mean? We have our community. So with y'all, to me, it seems like like your solution. It seems like the solutions is simple, but then it becomes complicated with the racial stuff. So like, it gets confusing with the whole black and white thing.
Got you. So are you like friends, you know, with the Dominicans around your area, or at work or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm straight up. My whole family's Dominican. I'm from the Bronx, so I live in a Hispanic. You know, the Bronx in New York City is mostly Hispanic. You know, I go to a Dominican bodega. I mean, I got other friends, but most of my friends are Hispanic.
Got you. So if you were looking for work, would you look for work within that circle, that Dominican circle?
My jobs, most of my first jobs I worked with were Dominicans who hooked me up. They're the ones that looked out, oh, yo, go over here and get a job, woo, woo. Because that's how we do. Dominicans, we look out for each other. Because, you know, I have it. So, oh, yo, go over here. They're hiring. So most of the jobs I acquired was because Dominicans coming on. As far as me working, I just work anywhere where, you know, they're hiring.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. So you have somewhat of a network then.
Yeah. That's what I want to explain. Like Hispanics, we have a network where we look out for each other. For example, if I speak to a Mexican, oye, güey, dímelo loco, órale, vato, just off the strength that I'm Hispanic, he would look out for me. Because once I did that with construction, I was trying to look for construction jobs. Oh, yo, loco, I was talking to anybody who spoke Spanish. Oh, yo, todo español, So, like, Spanish people, we have, like, a network that is connected with our language. Because we have a shared language, and our culture is similar. So, like, you know, if I speak, because I'm them Dominicans, I look like of African descent. But once I speak Spanish, it's like, you know, okay, he's one of us and stuff.
Gotcha. Now, do you find it that people who speak Spanish fluently, they're more welcomed?
Yes, yeah. If I speak Spanish like broken, I'll kind of, because even Hispanics will discriminate against other Hispanics if they're like Americanized. Like if they speak like, you know, broken Spanish, you don't speak Spanish well, it's like, you like a gringo Spanish. Like, yeah, so if you speak Spanish.
Gringo Spanish.
Yeah, if you speak Spanish fluently, like, oh, you get accepted. Because if you were to see me, you would think I'm African American. But because I was born in DR, and, you know, all my family's Dominican, and I speak, you know, Spanish is my first language. When I speak Spanish, right, to Spanish people, they don't discriminate me. They say, oh, okay, they see by the way I speak Spanish that I'm really Hispanic.
Interesting. All right.
So yeah.
All right, bet. Well, I appreciate the call, my guy.
Awesome. And I appreciate your show. you are amazing. Like, you be blowing my mind. I'm like, yo, I like this dude, man. And you sure you're not Dominican? Because I'll be like, I'm like, yo, this dude, you look like you Hispanic yourself. You look more Dominican than me.
Maybe a great relative or something.
Yeah, because that's the other thing I get about African Americans. A lot of y'all be looking like mixed and stuff, but then, like, you know, the racial stuff just be throwing me out, you know, out the water.
All right, boss. Well, I appreciate it. You take care and stay safe.
Stay amazing.
Later. That was very interesting. Such a great call, man. Such a great call. Such a great call. Now, here's what I don't understand. I didn't say anything disparaging as far as Mexicans or Latinos. I haven't said anything. So I don't know why we had a whole bunch of people calling me the N-word. I didn't say anything. Did I say that I hated Hispanic? I've been telling y'all to learn Spanish, bro. That I just don't understand. I don't know, man. That it just came out of left field where people can like misinterpret things so quickly. But anyways, those that called are Chicanos. Ah, okay. Is that like a different type? Am I missing something? I'm kind of on the no, but not fully on the up and up when it comes to all that. Not fully on the up and up. Because there were some definitely Latinas out there that their brothers didn't like me. They were like, nah, why are you dating him? Yeah, those are a different type. Got you. Okay. Understand. It's because you said something about immigration. Okay, and I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe that's like a sensitive topic for them. Kind of like, I don't know. What's a sensitive topic for black people? Reparations? But that's something that's happening currently. Reparations isn't something that's like, I wouldn't put reparations in the same ballpark as fucking immigration, illegal immigration. But anyways, I feel some type of way about Dominicans here in NYC, to be honest. Okay. All right. Chicanos are second, third generation Latin Americans, specifically from Mexico, who were born in the United States and most never left the United States. Okay. Got you. Third generation. Yeah, those are mofos who don't speak English. I mean, not who don't speak English, who don't speak Spanish. Because I've come across a few Spanish like, yo, can you help me? Like, I don't speak fucking Spanish. I was like, what? What? What do you mean you don't speak Spanish? Yeah, that's wild. That's actually wild when you come across that. Because you got that out here in LA sometimes. Come across somebody and you're like, okay, let me try my Spanish. They're like, I don't know what you're saying. It's like, what the fuck you mean you don't know what I'm saying? I don't speak Spanish. What? Fuck. I don't know. That's like a Latino who doesn't speak Spanish is kind of like a black person with a little dick. Like, nigga, that's one of the features of your people, right? I thought that was one of the highlights. Like, what do you tell me you're just a regular person who doesn't? Okay, all right. I mean, is there anything else? Is there any type of edge to you, or no? I'm just American. Oh shit! You gonna give me the American? Okay, all right, never mind. All right. Oh man. Skate Queen says caller admitted he is of African descent. If pulled over by police, they would identify him as a nigga. Yeah, I just find that interesting, what they admit as far as African descent. But here's the thing, when they say, just because you admit you're African descent, I mean, you have people now who are like, hey, I'm not of African descent, I'm of fucking Native American descent. I'm part of the actual tribe of the fucking Cherokee Oaxacas. And it's like, okay. I don't care what you are. I'm at that point, nigga, you can identify as a woman, a man, a fucking brick toothpaste, I don't give a fuck. Okay? How are you going to enrich my life? That's where I'm at right now. How are you going to enrich my life, fam? You're going to have to put me on some type of fucking game. Something, bro. Let me know. What skills do you have? And maybe we can do a barter system of skills. I can do this, this, and this, and this. What can you do? That's where I'm at, bro. I don't give a fuck what you is. You could be a trans woman, bisexual, asexual, carrot, fucking Thursday, I don't know, a spoon. Cool, nigga. You got any stock tips? Like, what's the deal? How can I, like, turn this 5K into something? Or, like, what? That's where I'm at, bro. I'm tired, because mofos is identifying as anything. Okay, you transracial, you a white woman, but identify as a black woman, cool, bet. Bet. Can you give me this loan? All right. Trans black women lives matter. Can you give me this loan? How can we work something out? I don't, bruh, I'm just saying. These mofos be like, because at the end of the day, that's what matters, bruh. Like, yeah, I got this house from a trans carrot who identifies as a fucking toothpaste on the weekends, but she's bisexual, and yeah, that's what she is. But yeah, she hooked me up though. She the fucking place is nice. She hooked me up. Lord. Casey Get Money says, I had a Mexican coworker at my job who refused to translate for Spanish-speaking customers. He said if I had to learn English, you should too. Wait, what? Wait, you had a Mexican coworker at your job who refused to translate for Spanish-speaking customers? That's wild. That's wild. You do get some, I guess, what do Mexicans call, like, for all my Mexican audience out there, what do you guys call, like, fucking traitors? What do y'all call traitors? Because in my eyes, that would be considered a fucking traitor. Like, you fucking, I don't know, what's a traitor? They said a gringo Spanish. You fucking gringo bastard. That would be crazy. A Sambo sombrero? That would be crazy. Like, nigga, what? You from Mexico? I'm from Mexico? And you tell me you can't translate for me? Now you see why you have all these immigration places. You have all these immigration attorneys. Bro, they're making a business out of it. That's the thing that people don't understand. At the end of the day, it's all a business. This whole fucking trans thing, it's a business. The alphabet, gay marriage, you remember that? It's a business. If there was no money involved, niggas would not care. And when I mean niggas, I mean that of everyone. People would not care. I think that's better. It's about money. Because if now you got the alphabet, and now you got motherfuckers with pronouns, well, now your corporation, your business is going to have to learn, well, how do you address these people? What is appropriate? What is not appropriate? Because the last thing you want to do is call someone a he, she, or something, and you cost your company fucking billions of dollars or millions of dollars. So now you have to hire a specialist who is well-trained and well-versed in, well, this is the spectrum and this is how you address someone. And if you don't know them, make sure to ask them or refer to them as a they, them. It's monies, bruh. It's fucking monies. That's what it boils down to. That's why I need to get my fucking alphabet degree. That's what I... Nigga, fuck a BA or a doctorate. I'm trying to get a LGBT degree. Go into fucking McDonald's. Well, listen, I'm actually a professional in the alphabet in that terms. And it seems that one of your employees actually referred to the customer as a he when they actually wanted to be referred to as a she. Now, my services do not come cheaply, but I believe very much they will increase the revenue of your company by at least 10%. Now you see here, how would you guys address this person? Now they look stereotypically like a man, a beard, right chest hair, but they identify as a woman. So if you would have asked this person, hello, sir, may I take your order? You would have extremely offended them. That's going to be the class. So what I charge for that is $500K. Okay, very nominal fee. We do it on the weekends. It's a 3-hour course on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bro, I need to get my alphabet degree. That's what the fuck I need to do. You niggas is sleeping. Y'all worrying about a bachelor's. I need an AA. I need a GED. I need a... No, nigga, get you an LGBT degree. That's what you need to do. Get you an LGBT degree, bro. Because you know, nigga, the LGBT degree is like fucking... It's like birth and weddings and funerals. It's not going to go away. Nigga, they got a whole month. That's the best thing money can buy. They got a whole fucking month. Every single month, those companies are gonna be looking for you. Nigga, where's our LGBT professional? Fucking shit. God, what? We don't even know how. What ads do we run? What do we say? How do we celebrate as far as Pride Day? Do we call it Pride Day? Should we call it Pride Day? Are those the colors? Yes. You rang, sir. We need help. Pride Day is coming up, and we don't know. Do we include the brown, or is that not brown? Is it a dark brown included with the trans flag? I'll be more than happy to help you, but due to the influx of requests, I'm gonna have to raise my prices. It's now 1.5. I'm gonna need, 1.5, and I'll be more than happy to educate your marketing team on how to address the community properly. Bruh. They have that degree. It's called gender studies. No, we need something else. Damn near every fucking white kid has a gender studies degree. I need something else. I need something that's gonna separate me from the rest, like a fucking queer history studies genealogy degree or some shit like that. I need something like that. These mofos is racking in money. I hope you all understand. They making bank. Casey Get Money says, I already read that. Black State Queen says, there you go. Connect with all those high-skilled illegals. Is that not the craziest thing you've heard? Nigga barely can fucking speak English, count to 5, but this motherfucker, oh yeah, that's a doctor. Maybe in his country he's a doctor. This nigga's not qualified to be a bus driver here. The craziest shit they say, bro. Absolutely wild. Kyle Denton says, according to the census, Hispanics will be the majority in 2060. When little Lucas is born, they'll make it mandatory in America to learn Spanish. I already told you guys this, bro. I told you all this. Nobody wants to. Y'all think I'm joking when I'm saying I'm trying to learn Spanish. I'm working on it. I'm looking at Rosetta Stone, but from what I've heard, Rosetta Stone is outdated. So there was another one, but it's a course that you have to go to. And it's just, you get fully immersed in like the Spanish language. They like, you have to say it no matter what, say it, speak it every day, all day. I was like, that seems a bit overwhelming. I ain't really got time like that. But yeah, I'm thinking of hiring like a Spanish nanny and like maybe paying her on the side. Like, yo, can you teach me like Spanish while you're cooking and cleaning and shit like that? Can you, just a little shooky something? Frederick says, any weekend gaming? We can do, what is it called? The Focus, or what is it called? The Feel or something? Or we can do, I don't know, we can figure out a game. Which one y'all want to play? We're about to wrap up here. We'll do a short little panel if y'all want to come on in. Skate Queen says, in corporate writing and conversation, it's best just to use the person's first name or the individual. It's redundant, but the block is hot. The individual. That's genius. The individual. I didn't even think of that. The individual. Okay. This individual here is blah, 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 blah. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. Do you want to know what's the most unattractive thing? Is a black woman talking like that. That is the most unattractive thing on the fucking face of the planet. Is a black woman asking me for my pronouns. That is the most unattractive thing on the face of the fucking planet. Excuse me? What are your pronouns? What do you like to go by? Goodbye. That's my pronoun. Goodbye. You take care. Lord in heaven. I swear, out here in LA, you come across that, bro. You do come across that. Well, I think that's very heteronormative of you. What, bitch? So you're a misogynist. You believe in, the patriarchy. Huh? Okay. You take care, because if I wanted to sit across to a white, blue-haired woman, I would have invited a white, blue-haired woman out to dinner, but you showed up in her place. Lordy, we were trying to finish this.
Just that, historically speaking. I mean, this is despite the dismantling of the Freedmen's Bureau, which, if y'all don't know, was pretty much kind of a national startup fund for the newly emancipated, which, ironically enough, is the same kind of policy that all of those Cuban expats who voted for Trump benefited from when they fled Castro. Also, the repeal of Special Order Number 15, which is where the whole 40 acres thing comes from. Which, if you didn't know this, when that order was repealed, there were already a ton of newly emancipated folk who had already settled on the land that had been set aside for them. And the feds just came in and kicked them out because... niggas, obviously, and also
that is true,
and a bunch of other banking and zoning codes that I'm not going to waste time getting into here. But my point is almost improbably so, or actually literally improbably so, black folks
still, I don't think I have Uno,
found a way to create substantial communal wealth in places like Seneca Hill and the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma, aka Black Wall Street.
Bro, and then I learned about Black Wall Street, bro. It was so painful. It was so painful. I think it was, what's his name, FD Singer or something like that? I was watching he apparently does video essays. I'm like, damn, it was like a long ass video. Yeah, bro, it was painful learning. It's like, wait, what?
Among Us? Until white people got pissed off enough to burn it to the ground or build Central Park over top of it.
Crazy.
Remember that the next time you're watching Home Alone 2. So now here we are at the early parts of the mid 20th century where black people are prevented not only by the letter of the actual law, but by the threat of literal physical violence from even attempting anything close to upward socioeconomic mobility. So no, Steve, the reason why poor people are poor is not because of their sleeping habits, but because of laws that were created to keep them that way for no other reason than the color of their skin. And the most frustrating part about it is that people
So I'm putting it on the list. Finals, Among Us, Texas Chainsaw, and Uno. I don't have Uno. I'd have to buy Uno again, I think.
Steve and Cube and Killer Mike, for that matter, have made something of second careers of themselves, giving advice out to black folks that in some way, shape, or form boils down to another sermon on saving a bunch of money that we don't have in order to invest in ventures that we wouldn't be able to afford, let alone keep up with anyway. And it's frustrating because folks like this, I assume they mean well, but they're just ill-equipped to give out such advice with such hubris at that. For the same reason that you don't see 90-year-old church mothers passing out tracts at the local speakeasy anymore. They've been removed from that life for so long that they no longer speak the language of the people from whence they come. Kind of like Jake Sully. Don't cap, you know you watched Avatar. Because let's keep it a buck, folks. For as much as Steve loves to tell that story about he being homeless for 3 years in order to pursue his career in comedy, let's not forget that he left some pretty well-paying jobs in order to do that. And also, this was the early 90s. This is how much the wealth gap has increased from rich to poor since then. Also, it bears mentioning that the main reason why he was so poor is because 75% of his income was going to his then estranged first wife. But hey, I guess that doesn't make for as inspirational a soundbite for his morning radio show, now does it? From the time that I was a wee lad, I've been hearing this point being espoused by everyone in my family, from the diet hoteps with the Ankh tattoos on their forehead like some kind of BHI Ash Wednesday, to the members of my family who would most definitely be grand old partiers if they weren't, you know, the color of a paper bag. And that's that the key to unlocking communal black wealth is for us to simply buy and bank black.
Yes.
I mean, we do control more than $1 trillion in spending power. And see, that right there is the issue, folks. This point sounds good in a vacuum, except
what?
Actually, it doesn't sound good even in that context.
Wait, why?
Just like everything else hoteps believe.
Wait,
sorry,
why?
Auntie. See, black capitalist talking points are kind of like the Brooklyn Nets circa 2021 to 23. How, you may ask? Well, because separately they're irksome enough, but when their powers combine, they are utterly insufferable. How, you may ask? Well, they're equal parts obnoxious and self-assured, despite never doing anything of substance together besides hijacking and derailing an otherwise productive and healthy culture, only to then chunk the deuces when the water got too hot. Am I still talking about black capitalists? Hell, I don't know. Just move on to the next point. So back to that spending power point, which, if you ask me, is the Kyrie of the bunch, just for how wrong it is. But more than just how wrong it is, it irks me because so many people cite it as a reputable point because either they don't know better, or if we're just going to keep it a buck, they're too lazy to do the legwork and really find out where that information is coming from. Otherwise, they realize it's bunk to begin with. What? So yeah, just like Kyrie. See, here's the problem with this point, aside from there not really being a real way for us to substantiate it unless we like try to conflate data to make our point, which is exactly how we got this point to begin with. Spending power does not equate directly to wealth. I mean, if you don't believe me, just ask all of those Section 8 residents who bought Renaissance tickets with a Klarna or a Firm loan. See, most of that 1 or 2 or however many trillions of dollars is supposed to be now is already tied up into things like rent, mortgage, utilities, you know, the things that you need to keep a roof over your head. Also, everyday items like gas, groceries, anal beads, you know, the necessities. And whatever you have left over after you spent all of that is how wealthy you are, which, let's keep it a buck, for most of us ain't that much. And that's why 70% of the average American's wealth is directly correlated to the value of their primary residence. My point is that trillions of dollars of spending power, Mark, is just a marketing gimmick used by corporate capitalists to get you to spend money that you don't really have to make them richer. Well, I mean, some of them are probably black, so I guess it's all a wash. And this isn't even to mention debt, by the way. Did you know that the average black degree holder owes $52,000 in student loan?
Bro, what? That's also the thing. That's why I said about as far as like when Umar's talking about, oh, you know, black women did. It's like, yeah, but also with that education comes fucking debt. That's what you also have to understand. 52 racks of debt? God dang.
On debt, which is $25,000 more than the average white borrower. Additionally, black degree holders report on average owing 12.5% more in student loan debt 4 years out from graduation than they did on commencement day. This is due to a number of factors, including many black folks, women especially, believing that it's necessary for them to attain an advanced degree in order to overqualify themselves against peers who are non-black and or non-female. And I mean, when you look at this, where to lie at? But also the fact that black college students typically come from lower income backgrounds than their white peers. For reference, a black degree holder can expect to make $30,000 a year more on average than a white with a high school diploma, again, generally speaking. However, that same black can expect to make $20,000 a year less than a white with comparable education. What I'm saying is, even if Johnny and Jalil grew up in the same zip code, went to the same schools, and even went to the same college or grew up on the same block for that matter, chances are Jalil is probably going to have a much harder time financing his degree without a Pell Grant or pole dancing lessons. And while we're here, let's just go ahead and dispel the whole model minority myth that people like Enos Freedom have managed to make a second career out of because they suck so badly at their original profession. Yeah, while Asian American households at face value are the most wealthy and educated POCs in this country, once you look past the surface hype, the narrative kind of falls apart. Just like the 2023 Brooklyn Nets. According to the Pew Research Center, Asian American households average about $85,000 a year annually, with 54% of those households having at least one degree holder. However, only...
Pause this to say, Spider Combat, support it. Okay, foundationalba.com for all my FBA fans out there. You can go and support there, bruh. Foundationalba.com. For the rest of us, you can go to spidercombat.com.
Sri Lankans, Filipinos, and Indians make on average more than that $85,000 mark a year, with Indians coming in at a whopping $127,000 a year. In fact, according to the Pew Research Center, Asian Americans are the most disparate ethnic group when it comes to economic strength, with the top 10% making on average 10.7 times more than the bottom 10th percentile a year. My point being that whole model minority myth is faker than George Washington's front teeth or a Brooklyn Nets championship run. But while we're here, let's go ahead and debunk another black capitalist point that's not nearly as prominent as the first one, but it is equally as irksome if for different reasoning, and that being the black dollar circulation myth. I call this one the Ben Simmons of the group.
What?
Why? Well, because in a vacuum, everyone knows that it's pretty much worthless alone. But when coupled with more heralded and celebrated points, it does have the potential to contribute some value. At least that's what folks think, until they're inevitably disappointed by how little it actually does with that potential.
Tapping his way in, spins on Gallinari, gives it up. Oh, he was right there, and a foul as Thibault goes to the basket.
Okay.
I will never forgive you for this, Ben. You know you've heard it before. The black dollar only circulates in community for 24, 12, 2, however many hours it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And this is always juxtaposed to communities like Asian Americans and especially Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's not problematic at all. I mean, aside from how blatantly racist it is, what makes this point problematic is that, again, it can't be substantiated, even more so than that spending power mark that I talked about earlier. So much and so that a nonprofit organization called Truth Be Told ran out of Howard University's communications and journalism department, took the necessary steps to try and to track down where this figure came, because I hate to break it to you folks.
You tell me it's a made-up figure? Bruh.
Nobody keeps that kind of data.
That's what
In fact, when Truth Be Told tried to track down exactly where this figure came from, they wound up at, surprise, surprise, a black wealth building guide from 1996 by author Brooke Stevens, who said that she got the figure from a guy named Lee Green, who ironically enough, allegedly was employed by Howard University at some point, despite, Howard having no record of anybody by that name working for them in any capacity, except maybe as a custodian. So now, folks, we can get to the main event, and that's Debunking.
Bruh, are you serious? That's wild. That's fucking wild, man. That's wild and disappointing at the same time. What? Lord.
The Kevin Durant of the group. Crazy. And that is the just by black myth.
Does he have a solution at the end? There has to be a solution at the end. He has to have a solution at the end, because this is like wrong, not true, debunked, wrong. And it's like, okay, do you have a solution? Huh? Do you have a solution for us? Or are we just screwed?
Why is this one reserved for Kevin? Well, because by itself, it's actually got some pretty decent merit to it. Except, this one reserved for just by black myth.
Oh, just
why is this one reserved for Kevin? Well, because by itself, it's actually got some pretty decent merit to it. Except, again, when it's done in isolation, hasn't really done much of note besides piss a bunch of other people off by how thin-skinned and even more thinly scalped it is. First of all, it should be more obvious than the reason why your biggest OnlyFans contributor bought a plane ticket for you to his city for y'all to hang out, that black folks face a disparate amount of obstacles when even attempting to start a business. The main one being
that's something that irritates me when people say just start a business. Like, for anyone who's attempted to start a business, much less have a successful, profitable business, because niggas forget about that part, profit, right? Yeah, it's not so simple as I got a business idea.
The lack of start up most of us have to start a business. First of all, black people just don't have the same kind of credential clout that their white peers do, because black, duh, genius. This is why, according to a 2016 Fed Small Business Report, 58% of black-owned businesses reported experiencing some level of difficulty acquiring business credit, as opposed to 32% of their white peers. Additionally, according to a 2019 Atlanta Fed report, despite black folks having the highest self-reported revenue growth expectation, they were also significantly less likely to receive business credit than their white peers. All of that aside, though, even if every black entrepreneur, aspiring or otherwise, did get the kind of funding they were seeking, there simply aren't enough of them to make a significant dent in the wealth gap. For reference, 71% of American businesses are white-owned compared to the 9.5% that are black and the 12.2% that are Latino. However, those white-owned businesses control 88% of overall sales and 86.5% of employment, leaving blacks with only 1.9% of sales and 1.7% of employment, and Latinos with 4% of sales and 4.2% of employment.
What? Bro, that's wild. This is Little Bill. Little Bill, this is his channel.
What this means is, in order for POC-owned businesses to be represented proportionately to our distribution of the workforce, we would need to create 1.1 million new POC-owned businesses that employ 9 million people and that generate $300 billion worth of worker income. And see, that's the catch right there, folks. That Fugazi LLC that you used to apply for that PPP loan a few years ago, that doesn't count. You got to be a business that employs at least one other person at a reasonable wage aside from the owner. Which, again, you need startup capital to do that if you're first starting out. I mean, unless you got kids, and I mean, there are laws against that, but it never stopped Bob Belcher, now did it? Or my dad, for that matter, which is why I started playing football 4 years too late for it to matter. Still waiting on that check, bucko. 67% of firms that don't employ anyone but the owner generate less than $25,000 a year. And again, if
90% of Latino and Black firms do not have one employee other than the owners. Damn. Proportion of owners. That's another thing. That's what I'm saying. In order to hire someone, you have to be making money. This is like, in order for you to hire someone, you have to take that into account. You have to have enough money to hire someone, and they have to be, as far as putting out, worth the pay. That you calculate, hey, if this person does as far as bare minimum, I should receive a percentage of this income. The proportion of owner-owned firms reaches a high of close to 98% for the subgroup of Black female-led businesses.
If you're the owner of this business and that is your sole source of income, you're pretty much living in poverty. So my point is, who is this business's very existence benefiting anyway? And that's about as good a defense as you're going to get when your PPP fraud trial begins. Even with all that being said, business ownership doesn't necessarily close the wealth gap between POCs and whites, because on average, those businesses are not valued as much as white-owned firms for a variety of reasons, but including the fact that those businesses are more likely to actually employ someone other than the owner, which means they're more likely to generate respectable sales, which means that the owner can actually afford to eat dinner every now and again. Again, the reason for all of this is because white men who, surprise, surprise, represent a disproportionate amount of business owners are just born into a situation where they're just gifted the startup needed to get off the ground, which, need I remind y'all, is the reason most businesses fail in the first place.
Yeah.
They don't have enough money at jump to sustain them through that awkward, I don't really know what I'm doing phase until they can make a profit. Which might take as much as half a decade to do. And no, it's not just the Andy Sambergs and the Jeff Luthors of the world either. According to a 2010 study conducted by the Minority-Owned Business Development Association, the average white-owned firm started out with $106,000 of capital, while the average BOB started out with a little over $35,000. Again, unless you're selling blow or booty, you're pretty much getting up to be let down. Now, with all just selling
2010 study, the Minority Business Development Agency found that white business owners started their businesses with an average of 106K in capital. They got 106K in capital compared to 35K for African American owned business. We must keep in mind the primary reason for business failure is low capitalization. And blacks begin the entrepreneurship game with low capital finance, reinforcing the theme wealth begets wealth.
Blow or booty, you're pretty much getting up to be let down. Now, with all of that aside, realistically speaking, black-owned businesses just aren't equipped to compete directly with white-owned firms. For reference, Walmart, the largest private employer in America, employs 2.2 million more employees than the top 100 black-owned businesses combined, and generates more revenue than all 2.58 million black-owned businesses put together. My point is, we can't just buy our way out of bondage.
Now, if we had started this from the beginning, maybe we'd have a different story. If we had started this during what's his name? Dr. Claude Anderson was telling us, maybe we'd have a different story.
It doesn't work that way, no matter what Killer Mike or Doughboy has to say.
Hold on, wait a minute. Making black doesn't work either, and why? Damn.
But Billiam, I hear you saying as you clutch your copy of Shonda Rhimes' Year of Yes close to your chest, what about banking black? Well, didn't you hear what I just said about...
Hold on, are you telling me that turning a what did you say? Turning a profit isn't as easy to start a business? Who knew?
Black-owned businesses, why would you think any of that would change just because the last B in Bob is changed from business to bank? For reference, JP Morgan and Chase controls $2 trillion worth of assets alone. The top 5 black-owned banks control $2.3 billion combined, which, I mean, may be enough to cover the collective BBL bills for Fulton and DeKalb counties, but it's not nearly enough for black folks to compete directly with white wealth because, again, it was robbed from us at jump. I mean, let's just go back to that 1.4 trillion whatever amount of spending power we're supposed to have. Still, that's a little over only half the amount that is controlled by JP Morgan Chase alone. Like, do you truly believe that we have enough money to compete directly with white?
No, we don't have enough money to compete directly, obviously, but we can do better than where we are. Shit.
We have enough money to compete directly with white wealth hoarding with the state that we're in now? I mean, if you believe that, then you probably heard it from a celebrity, in which case you probably also trust a man with 3 failed marriages to give you relationship advice. So, yeah, there you have that.
But, Billiam, what about financial literacy? What about personal responsibility? What about hashtag Mamba mentality, hustle, grind, time mindset? The problem isn't literal century.
So basically, reparations is the only way to lessen the wealth gap. That's exactly right. That's exactly what what's his name, Dr. Darity said. It's the only way. It's literally the only way.
Of bad fiscal policy designed to keep black people in a perpetual state of disenfranchisement for just being black, but it's men who think it's okay to have locks longer than their wives and who don't know how to fix a catalytic converter, or it's women who don't wear makeup and wear baggy pants because they secretly want to be a man but still want to be treated like a lady, or it's giving up the D and or P during the first week of the relationship because evidently sex is about power and not pleasure.
Yeah,
and
stupid as shit. There's so many people who say stupid shit.
I swear to God, I am so sick to death of this same anti-black gender war bullshit being grifted by small-minded people who think that equally small-minded people parroting it makes it make sense.
As a man, like, women's should worship me. You feel me? Man.
Are you married by chance?
Nah, man, I ain't never had a girlfriend.
Okay.
But what I'm saying...
A study conducted by the St. Louis Fed in 2017 concluded...
Man, I ain't never had a girlfriend. Yo. However, that's pretty much the manosphere, red pill, MGTOW in a nutshell. They should worship me. How much do you make? Man, I make $20K a year. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm the provider. However, 2017 report from St. Louis led finds mere economic circumstances, not poor decisions making or deficient knowledge, constrained choices, and leave asset poor borrowers with little or no option to use predatory abuse alternatives. Yes.
That, quote, meager economic circumstances, not poor decision making or deficit knowledge, constrained choices, and leave asset poor borrowers with little to no other option but to use predatory and abusive alternative financial services. like, for example, buy here, pay here car loans. And I mean, I grew up on a block with like 5 different used car dealerships, so I'm speaking from experience. You want to know the real reason why the wealth gap exists and just keeps getting larger and larger by the day? It's the same one you think it is. Yeah, the one that your buddies on Twitter who keep sharing Killer Mike clips to con you into buying crypto or trying to convince you is not as big a deal as it actually is. It is estimated that in the 246 years of chattel slavery in North America, blacks were robbed of anywhere between 24 and
That's what Powernomics talks about, yeah.
$97 trillion in wealth. Free labor that this country literally would not exist without. And I really don't feel like arguing with niggas in the comments about how you growing up in some hick town in West Virginia that still uses kerosene and outhouses disqualifies you from being a benefactor of chattel slavery. I'm just going to link this video I did last year and this article by people much smarter than me that says you're full of bull defecate. But I will say that this is the primary reason for the racial wealth gap. And not much has been done to rectify it. And according to polls, only about 1 in 3
2/3 of Americans oppose cash reparations. But the rest of the country's inhabitants don't want us to receive reparations. So the only thing that can solve the wealth gap problem nobody supports. What's the solution? It's a great question. For the group, it seemingly seems to be extinction. Like a permanent underclass, as Dr. Colette Anderson would say. That's what appears to be the case. Unless y'all want to get good at the political game and create a reparations bill that would appeal to a good chunk of the society. That's what people should be thinking of. A bill that appeals to the American population. To white people, that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to create a bill that appeals to the majority of people. Because if it doesn't, it's not gonna get passed in the House or the Senate, and you're just gonna have another bill, just like we had here in California, where Governor Newsom is like, well, you know what? I think that's an interesting bill. I appreciate the recommendations, and you didn't do fucking nothing with it. But all these niggas and, my FBA brothers and all the Kattas and all this other shit, mofos think they're going to do it on their own. That's not going to fucking happen. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. Like I said, it's the same concept when it came to gay marriage or whatnot. They try to say, hey, we want to get married and everything. People are like, no, I don't think so. It's between a man and a woman. So they're like, okay, that's not going to work. What's an angle that we can take that we can pull on an emotional argument? Where it's like, hey, no hate. Remember the no hate campaign? Where it's like, hey, what, you're just homophobic. That's what you are, because you don't want that to happen. I just want to love who I want to love. So it really is about marketing. That's really what it is. It's about branding and marketing. Something that's going to resonate with the majority of American people. That's crazy, though.
Of American leftists, right wing, and otherwise actually care enough to do anything to address it, or at least the one thing that we all know will address it substantially. In addition to slavery, we have to talk about the mismanagement of the Freedmen's Savings Bank. Another failed initiative, just like the Freedmen's Bureau and Special Field Order 15, that only failed because of micro-dicked white men. The bank was marketed as a means of wealth generation for newly freed black folks who would generate interest on any amount of money they deposited over $1. Even Frederick Douglass, the bank's president at one point, deposited $10,000 of his own money to help the bank get off the ground, before quickly resigning. Why did he resign, you ask? Well, because the all-white, all-male executive board of the bank invested the money in a number of high-risk, highly ill-advised ventures and wound up losing almost all of it because...
Gosh.
In fact, 9 years after the bank was established, it closed its doors.
How does Moses make his tea? He brews it.
Costing its depositors more than $3 million of lost money. $82 million in today's money. Now, to be fair, the feds did set up a program where depositors could recover up to 62 cents for every dollar they lost. But surprise, surprise, for the third time in this video, most were never able to recover because Negroes. Fred himself said that the bank's failure was the worst thing to happen to Black America since slavery. And before Twitter, obviously.
That's crazy.
And I haven't even mentioned the Homestead Act, the Social Security Act, or the GI Bill, all of which largely, if not completely, excluded black folks from reaping their benefits. My point is, black capitalism never was and never will be the solution to our collective condition because, believe it or not, Black Wall Street, as heralded as it has been, deservedly so, was not completely self-sustaining. Another thing that I'm not going to waste time getting into this video, but you can look it up for yourself. I mean, black capitalism is pretty much just Reaganomics written in Ebonics, and it fails every single time for the same reason that Reaganomics did. It's the same reason why student loan payments have been deferred for perpetuity now, and the same reason why you got that sweet stimulus check a few years ago, and that's that rich people don't spend the money that you give them, they just hoard it, but working and poor people spend money, which drives the economy. And the reason why we
can see that with our elite, bro, with our black elite. It's just, they just save it to make more, save it to make more, save it to make more.
Money is because you gotta spend to eat and you gotta eat to live, bucko. So why would any of that change just because the color of the capitalist does? Well, like I've been saying for this entire video, it doesn't. Like, practically speaking, it's impossible to control that much wealth as one person without some degree of exploitation going on directly because of you making that much money. That Fenty bra and panty set of yours that you got for Valentine's Day, yeah, some woman in a sweatshop in Southeast Asia who gets paid like a nickel and a Pepsi a day is responsible for making that. Those Yeezy slides that you're so proud of that look like something off of a JRPG armor set, yeah, some kid in China who probably has a machete up to his neck right now is responsible for making that as well. The bulk of Jay-Z's economic empire has been created due in no small part to his shady business dealings. And this, folks, in a lot of ways brings us full circle to the point I made earlier about the inextricableness of black capitalism from the entertainment industry. For all the acclaim that black elites receive from the community for being elite, what have they really done to offset the plight that the vast majority of black Americans face? Okay, Jigga did launch Reform Alliance alongside Meek Mill, and he did call the governor of Minnesota that one time, and he and his bootylicious bae did give millions of dollars to protesters over the years, but he's also proven time and again that profit is his only real politic. Just like most entertainers. Por ejemplo, in 2017, Jigga the Bigger Figure partnered with Barney's to create a fashion line that included a $58,000 crocodile jacket that I'm not going to cap. If I could afford, would be the highlight of my Sunday best ensemble. However, after calls for him to break his contract with Barney's over its documented history of profiling black customers, Jay opted to instead donate 100% of the money generated from that line to charity. Which, I mean, come on, y'all know that that was a little more than a tax write-off for him at the end of the day. And then there's the aforementioned Barclays deal, if I did mention it. I don't really remember at this point. That was...
You're joking, right, Jeff? Right, Jeff? You're joking with the pocket watching, right? Please tell me you're joking. You're joking, right? I know you're just trolling, right? I know you didn't put that in the comment. I know you're joking. He's joking. Everyone in the chat, Jeff is joking. He's joking about the whole pocket watching thing. He's joking.
able to gain clout in the community in which it was built, largely because of Jay's name recognition. But when the dollars no longer made sense enough for him to stand pat.
What U.S. state has the smallest soft drinks? Minnesota.
He pulled out and left a gentrified cream pie behind, and didn't even have the decency to lay down a towel first. This isn't even to mention the plethora of rumors circulating about his penchant to leave homies of yesteryear hanging high and dry when they're of no more use to him. What I'm saying is the great men narrative used to prop up the black capitalist narrative just doesn't compute. Because even if these folks pump 100% of their wealth back into the community, it's still not good enough. And a part of them, I think, knows this. But they use that narrative to make themselves feel better about the fact that the community is the reason they got to where they are in the first place.
Okay, so y'all can kind of tell by the flow of this video that I wasn't really going to focus too much on any one black capitalist because, one, they're all pretty much the same nigga, and B, highlighting the shady business practices of individual billionaires is practically a subgenre.
Oh, is that FD? Black capitalism will not save us. Signified B sides.
Highlighting the shady business practices of individual billionaires is practically a subgenre of...
Has anyone seen that one? Black capitalism will not save us? Bruh. Lordy, lordy, lordy.
YouTube commentary unto itself now. And the only reason I even mentioned Jay specifically was because of how those two acts specifically are the easiest examples I could think of how contradictory black billionaires are. But I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta come for Rihanna specifically. Not because I have anything against her personally. I mean, besides her giving Big Red and EB extra time to scheme adjustments for the second half of the Super Bowl that they wouldn't have had the time to do if not for that mid-ass halftime show. But I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I thought that all of us anywhere left of Elon ejaculate swallowers were kind of on the same page.
By the time it comes, never mind.
When it came to the billionaire class, but like for real, what the actual F is this? Like, I know y'all are a beauty blog primarily, but y'all really should know better than this. Matter of fact, y'all being a beauty blog, y'all should be the main ones blowing the trumpet in defiance of the benevolent billionaire princess image that Rihanna and her PR team have crafted over the years. Okay, so like most people I mentioned earlier, Rihanna's journey to ultra wealth began in entertainment. But like Ye before her, Rihanna didn't even come close to crossing the billionaire threshold until she branched out into other avenues, specifically beauty and fashion. The beauty industry is just as, if not more, notorious than tech and fashion when it comes to human rights violations. For reference, Fenty beauty products use a mineral called mica, the vast majority of which is found in India, the vast majority of which is produced by unregulated mines in India, the vast majority of which is produced by unregulated mines in India that utilize child laborers who get paid anywhere between 29 and 42 US cents a day while working in extremely hazardous conditions. And if any of this sounds like deja vu to you, then congratulations, you probably watched that video I did about Musk a while back. Here, have a cookie for your efforts. In 2021, Vinya Joshi of the NGO National Rights Observatory filed a complaint with the National Commission for the Protection of Children, alleging that Fenty was using mica produced by mines where, quote, child laborers work in dire conditions. A spokesperson for Fenty said that the company does not personally audit its suppliers, but, quote, expects its direct product suppliers to adhere to and to implement our suppliers' code of conduct. So, yeah, basically, this is a textbook case of passing the buck. And, nigga, like, I had to have done like 2 or 3 videos telling y'all that this is social capitalism 101 by now. But I mean, if we really going to keep it a buck, it really don't matter how many videos I or anybody else do on it, because stans, man. Stans are the most willfully stupid people on the planet. Like, Rihanna could literally walk out on stage and sacrifice a baby to an effigy
There
of
is someone who else is like that. I feel like there's another black person in the community where this guy can do no wrong, even though he's complete full of bullshit.
Dagon, and I guarantee it'll start an entire discourse on Twitter about postpartum abortion rights. And y'all think I'm joking, but Feek literally made a whole video about y'all, and y'all called him a Nazi for it. And you know why? Because y'all are such simps for streamers that you don't know the difference between actual fascism and just checking niggas for saying stuff online that will probably get their fronts busted in real life. Yeah, I said it, nigga, and don't worry, I got plenty of slugs in the clip if you feeling froggy.
In order for capitalism to work, at least on the scale that we have it now, you have to have a class of haves and a class of have-nots, a class of exploiters and a class of folk being exploited. And I hate to break it to you folks, whenever there's exploitation going on, people of color are always disproportionately impacted by that. So it doesn't matter how hotep Kanye is or is not. And it doesn't matter how many plus size, body positive lingerie sets Rihanna produces. At the end of the day, even if inadvertently, their wealth hoarding brings harm directly to the people that they're supposed to be examples for. So the question you probably have now is, well, smart guy, how do you propose we fix the system? Well, honestly, I don't have any proposals for y'all. I'm not going to waste my time trying to figure out a solution to this problem. That's what y'all got St. Andrew for. But my point is to say, for the love of Black Jesus, can y'all please stop letting Steve Harvey tell you that the reason you're poor is because you haven't prayed hard enough? I mean, if that were the way that it really worked, then I can guarantee you that Lori would be Steve's favorite son.
Damn. Bruh, that's the end of the video. Bruh, that's the end of the video. Okay. Well, all right. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Huh. Okay. Okay. Well, signified these signs. Is this like an old video? I'm assuming this is old content of his.
I had a tweet pop off a little bit a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to talk about it, but I couldn't because I got so wrapped up in this video, and so I wanted to try to address it here. So everybody knows Beyonce dropped Renaissance about a month ago, maybe. Aside from, Renaissance is dope, love the album. Maybe my favorite Beyonce album. I'm not like the biggest Beyonce fan, but I've liked all of her albums since Beyonce. I think that was the self-titled joint. It's not Basslander. Skip. From another song, and you wrote this part, and you wrote the hook, and yada yada yada. It's complicated, and everybody has to sign contracts to say who gets what and who gets what when, for how long and how much. And for the longest in the music industry, the actual artists, especially if they were black and black women, black men in hip hop, like black artists in general, were the quickest to get screwed out of fair shares to the art that they were creating. It'd be different if it was a singer who just sung a song, didn't write it, didn't produce it, didn't make the track, like didn't do anything, just came in and sung it, right? It'd be different.
Oh, who is Mr. Beat again? Mr. Beat? Because I remember you saying that in the beginning of the stream. Mr. Bear? I don't see Mr. Beat. Who's Mr. Beat? Who's Mr. Beat?
If you said, okay, you don't get any of these parts because you're just a performer, so you get a performance fee.
Mr. Beat? Mr. Beat. Okay, what is systemic racism? Yeah, that's 40 minutes. No, we'll watch that maybe tomorrow. About to end this anyway. This is painful.
I still think that's whack.
This may surprise some of you, but many people describe me
case,
as
and in so many
white.
of these other cases, especially for rappers and like the singer-songwriter types, they were writing the songs, writing the music, putting together all these things, and all of that stuff, all that labor that they did would go to essentially the, whoever held the means of production. You feel me? You see where I'm going with this? And so many musicians, this is what happened to going back to TLC. This is why they were like 10 times platinum and broke, because they weren't getting any money off of the sale of their content. Most K-pop artists, probably. Yes, thank you, Bellamy. Like K-pop is, I think, like the number one culprit probably right now for this in the world, because they're the only ones really selling like huge, moving huge units. So essentially, this is a like perfect microcosm of the exploitation of work of a worker being alienated from their work. It is a perfect microcosm of why of Marxism. It's a perfect microcosm for shit like that, right? And so the reason why, so I put out a tweet, and the tweet basically said, all respect due to Jay-Z and Beyonce. But something that still holds true in the Black community is this reference of Jay-Z and Beyonce as revolutionary in some regard, as being good because of their immense wealth that they've amassed, as Black excellence.
Yeah, it doesn't make
It's basically a Black excellence case study to some folks, where they say that Beyonce and Jay-Z becoming really rich, becoming billionaires, is what Black communities need to do. We need to get our own capital, control our own, our own markets, control our own economic destiny, and that is what will lead us to liberation, yada, yada, yada. And they point to the fact that Jay-Z and Beyonce have funded all these things on the low and bailed people out of jail and supported Black Lives Matter, all this good stuff, right, on the low, which is cool, nice. But the thing that is missed is, I just saw somebody say, fam, they still billionaires. And at the end of the day, Jay-Z and Beyonce are not Black. They are Black bourgeoisie. They are Black billionaires. And they don't move with the intention of liberation anymore. They don't. And this situation, what the aftermath of this was a perfect example of this. When the drama came out, and so yes, you could point out that Khalees was not respectful, right? If you want to tone police, you can say, oh, Khalees was mean to Beyonce, so Beyonce didn't have to do nothing, yada yada yada. Beyonce, who is arguably the most powerful woman in music right now, I don't know enough about the true nature of the music industry to say, like, I'm sure there's some old white woman from Germany that is more powerful than Beyonce in the music industry, but Beyonce is at least top 3. Beyonce single-handedly changed the way music was released in 2013, when music used to be released on Tuesdays, and Beyonce said, nope, the real time to do it is Fridays at midnight. And that's when it's been ever since. Instead of Beyonce using the immense power and wealth and influence that she has to put pressure on Pharrell, even just an announcement, Khalees is right. The contract she signed when she was 19 was exploitative, and she deserves a piece of the art that she made that she has not been able to profit off of. And we need to do better. Something, whatever it is, something that light wouldn't have been like ideal, but it would have been at least an argument in support of the fact that when you get rich Black people, they use their influence to support liberation. That would have at least done something. Beverly says all she had to do was lean on that nigga, poke him, something. That would have supported the argument that it's Black excellence that's going to save Black people. But she didn't do that. What Beyonce did was just take Khalees's piece off the song. And so what that does is that kills the issue, because there's no issue now. There's no conflict. And a week after that, we had the shit with Irv Gotti and Ashanti, and it's the same thing. And this is why Beyonce and Jay-Z didn't agitate the situation. They didn't push the envelope how they should have, especially considering the power they have. They didn't push the envelope here because they know that if they advocate for Khalees to get the rights to her art, woo, Jay-Z and all his boys got to come up off bags. All of them do. Because all of the biggest hustle in hip hop, especially in the 90s and 2000s, wasn't to release your own records and release your own music, but it was to sign other artists and own their music. It was legit, just straight up capitalism. It was owning the means of production, not actually working. Memphis Bleak, Freeway. Put them in the chat, y'all. Put them in the chat. Memphis Bleak, Freeway, Chris and Neef, Black Rob under Puffy. Like so many of our favorite rappers or favorite rap songs in that whole era, so many of our favorite rap songs from my era, right? These dudes did not get no money. These dudes died. A lot of these dudes, Black Rob died broke. Craig Mack died broke. Puffy's one of the worst ones. Puffy's one of the worst ones. So many of them. So many of them. I mean, they're all telling their stories now. Like you can't go a week without a rapper from the 90s and early 2000s talking about how insert hip hop legend here, insert black excellence, black billionaire here, jerked them out of money by making them sign a contract and not renegotiating the contract to get some of that money back. So all of these people were doing this in the 90s and 2000s. And Khalees is just one of many. Khalees is just music landlords. Thank you. Where'd it go? That was perfect. Music landlords. That's basically what it is. And so the whole point of me talking about this is not to denigrate Beyonce, disrespect Beyonce in general or Jay-Z explicitly, but to just point out that, and to quote Kim Foster, we are not going to LLC ourselves to liberation. Get your money. I know I'm getting my money. I be talking to folks on the low. A lot of black creators I connect with. I'm like, yo, don't let them demonetize your shit. If you can hold off and get that monetized, do it. Cause like we still got to eat. I'm not saying give up your checks, but that's for labor. That's for a creation I made. I'm not about to start like one of the first things I had people telling me when I started like getting serious and big. People said, yo, you know, the real money in YouTube is to start a network under you as an umbrella. I'm like, you mean a record label, my nigga? A YouTube record label? You want me to be Suge Knight on YouTube? Death Row videos? But it's true. And there's people out there that do it. You know, you look at like the Fine Brothers were one of the main culprits of that. You can start a whole bunch of channels under an umbrella and get a whole bunch of people employed and make a lot more money for a lot less effort. You too can be a capitalist.
Okay, how do I do that?
But understand.
How do I do that?
If that's what you do, don't try to make your capitalist grind into some type of liberation ethos, because it's not. It's
Damn.
not.
Goodness gracious. Lord. Well, I'm sorry, black people. God, dog. Nigga straight up said, nigga, you doing it wrong. Cosmic Joe? Nah. All right, I'm looking for black political commentators. That's what I'm looking for.
I love Beyonce. I love Jay-Z. Both legends. I love the music. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not hearing anybody that is trying to model any idea around black progress based off of getting money, getting the LLC. Because I know so many, like I'm in Atlanta, y'all. I've said this before. I know a lot of black bourgeoisie folks that's getting money, but they getting money in ways I'm like, ooh, you just You're just a black version of another exploiter to a lot of these folks. That's all you are, you know? So that's it. That's all I wanted to say about that. I want to clarify that because some people made it seem like, and I understand why. I mean, it's a Twitter hot take, and that's what Twitter hot takes are meant to do. They were saying like I was expecting Beyonce to be the savior of music, and no, like I'm not expecting Beyonce to save music. I'm just saying she could have did more than nothing. She could have did more than nothing, and that would have been indicative of this argument about love that one. Hustling isn't praxis. It could have been more than this argument.
He's just a hater like Katt Williams? Sir, you're in the wrong fucking chat. I don't know where you came from. You definitely lost. You're definitely lost. I suggest you go find a map. Go get you Google Maps, Waze, something, whatever you decide to do. But you're definitely in the wrong chat, sir. Definitely.
About how black people with money is going to, save Sud Signifier.
Goodness gracious, bro. Little Bill. God, dog. Lord. This is how the hood died. The real job of American police. What makes a good man. Everything. This is thumbnail problematic. Wealth won't buy you whiteness. That is true, but that's an hour-long video. Culture vultures. How black music lost its soul. Yeah, all this shit is sad, bro. Oh, man. This is wild. God is black. Whew. Lucas Land Productions has a nice ring to it. Bro, I tried getting black people to come on. I was like, listen, let's do a black media. Kind of like what Roland Martin's doing. The only person who decided to show up was fucking Joe, who's not even black. So, I mean, what more do I need, bro? What does that tell you? Because I was like, yo, we need to have a Steven Crowder of our own. We need to combat these fucking clowns who are coming out here who are putting out, because they have a whole system. I put that out. The contract though is Suge Knight. There is no fucking Suge Knight style contract. I don't know what it is. You could ask Joe. It's not any Suge Knight. Joe even further negotiated. I was like, yeah. Joe, anything you brought up, right? Because you didn't like the first one. You were like, hey, can we get that? Was I like, nah, absolutely not. Or was I like, okay, bet. Because the point wasn't to like for me to become some type of fucking billionaire off of YouTube dollars. The point was to get a message, right? And to empower people to do things for the benefit of the group. Now, the only person who was was a white dude. So I'm like, you niggas is full of it. I don't even know what to tell you, bro. I mean, that's why, I would rather hire AI instead of some of you niggas, bro. It's just as simple as that, bro. Because a lot of you mofos be talking out, and I'm not talking about the chat. I'm just talking about niggas in general. Y'all be saying a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, fam. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fam. And then when the time comes, okay, nigga, I need you to come here on Tuesday. Yeah, I can't make it on Tuesday, bro. I just can't do it on Tuesday. Can we do another day? What do you mean you can't do it on Tuesday? You just told me that you were fucking broke and you needed the money. I'm telling you, there's a job out here on Tuesday that's happening. What you mean you can't make it? Didn't you just say you needed a job? I'm telling you, I put my name on the line for you, nigga. You gotta show up. Yeah, I appreciate it, cuz, but I got something going on. And you wonder why Hispanics are getting the jobs. I mean, I'm just saying. It's just fucking crazy, bro. It's just fucking wild. You gotta hype up shit for some of y'all. 3, 2, 1, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why? Hello?
Hello. I was just calling. This is Disagreement Day.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm here. The last call.
You may have to turn off in the background.
Okay, I'm trying to turn it down right now. Wait a minute. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was just that we were having an echo beforehand.
Yes. I was just calling to let you know that that last caller, I don't know what was going on with him, but can I say something that's out the ordinary?
Go for it.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, the January 6th, the guy that actually killed Adam. Why are they not saying anything about him? I think that he is a hero because of what he have done. And I just want to know why no one not talking about this black man that actually, unalived her. And he, actually thought that that was a person that actually, entered that building with a book bag on him or her or whatever, and he did what he had to do. I feel like he was a hero, and no one not talking about that because this is January, and I feel like that he should be a hero of what he have done. And even though that Donald Trump saying that he was a thug, I don't think that he was a thug. I think he did the right thing because he was protecting the government. And no one's talking about that, and I just want to know how you feel about the situation, about him as a black man that actually did what he had to do, far as unalive her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and I just want to get your opinion about that.
I think he definitely did his job.
Thank you for saying that, sir. I just want to know, I mean, I know what everything that was going on, that you were saying and all of that, and the other person that was on the other line, but no one's talking about this hero in this January 6th. They should celebrate him, but no one talking about him though in this January 6th. Even though that he cried, I was upset about that he cried and everything. But why did he cry? He did the right thing. And this is January 6th. This is January. This is the month for we should be celebrating what he have done. You don't think so?
I don't disagree. I'll think I'll put out a video then. But yeah, I agree 100%.
Thank you so much. I land my plane. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely, 100%. What's his name? Bird? I think it's like something Bird. The officer who shot Ashley Babbitt, that wild, savage monster. Yeah, we'll have to put in excuse me. Have to do a video celebrating his accomplishment. Absolutely. You're supporting the wicked government now? I don't think it's necessarily supporting the wicked government. I think it's supporting a black man who was doing his job. Despite the mainstream media coming down on him, and despite the people who say they love the police now attacking him. So it's not so much of a government. It's a little more nuanced than that. Oh boy. Yeah. But back to what I was saying. Joe's the only person, bro. Only person. I'm thinking I'm gonna have, okay, let's get a bunch of black people, get some shows going on, write something. Maybe I can do some marketing, some ad, right? I'm thinking, Got niggas talking about, well, I don't even have a camera. Okay, you don't need a camera, but what are you gonna do? I don't know. What? What do you mean don't know? I don't know. I just maybe do some games. So you can have a gaming channel? Maybe. What? I just don't know what to tell you. I gotta hype it up. That's what I realized. I gotta hype it up. I'm really bad. Because anyone will tell you, hell, even while talking to How To will tell you, I like to give value to people. Even when it came to the spider combat, like my Kickstarter. I was talking to people, they were like, yo, you giving away too much for too little. I was like, okay, because one thing I don't like, because I've experienced it, is paying for something and feeling like you got fucked. I don't like that. That is a horrible experience to pay for something and feel like, well, I'm not really getting, my money's worth. So I may go above and beyond to make sure someone feels like, hey, I'm getting what I'm paying for and more than that. That's always my thing. So I'm not going to lie to you, but like, yo, I'm going to create but I think that's what people have been conditioned to, right? Because when I say I'm going to create something, I'm going to innovate with the game, I want to have this concept, I want to have that, niggas is like, okay, that's cool. Like, I think you have to really go above and beyond, like, yo, this is going to revolutionize the gaming industry, right? That's what people, I guess, are tuned in for. This is going to revolutionize the gaming industry. We're not talking about Spider-Man. We're talking about he's going to be able to do things that you've never seen him do before. And I don't know. It just feels like, well, you're fucking lying to people. I just don't know how people feel comfortable in that, But I guess you do it in a way it's such a nuanced way of speaking that you're saying fucking anything. But then it goes back into talking like a politician. You can ask a politician a question and they'll give you 1,000 words, but they haven't really said anything. And I don't know. I just can't stand people who do shit like that. But it seems that they do shit like that because that's what people have been conditioned to be receptive to. I don't know. So now you know how marriage feels. Bro. I just, I don't know, man. I just, you can be irritated with people, but if you're going to be irritated with people, that's not going to help anyone. Right? If somebody only understands hyperbole and you're trying to speak to them as a normal, rational, more somber tone, well, then you're not doing your job as an effective communicator because you're not communicating with them. If they're not comprehending what you're saying, then that's your fault. So I may be upset that people are like, why the fuck do people want this? Excuse me, right? It's like some of the shows, like, why the fuck would someone watch this? But I swear to you, you'll have people like, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? Oh my God, did you see what that girl did? She totally fucking poured the vodka all over. I'm like, what the fuck? You fucking stupid. What the fuck do you care about that? I don't understand. But at the end of the day, if I'm supposed to sell to that person, I can't be putting down what they enjoy, despite how fucking mind-numbingly stupid it may be. That's something that I have to get over. Because I'm like, nigga, it's not going to revolutionize the gaming industry. What the fuck? How the fuck do you think 25K is going to revolutionize the gaming industry? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But niggas want to hear those buzzwords. And you learn this in marketing, right? You learn this in marketing, certain things, you have to phrase it in a certain way that's going to be like, oh, well, why should I want to learn more about this. I don't know. So let me just say, yo, what I'm looking to do, it's going to get us reparations, okay? If you think Tariq's Museum, Dr. Umar's school is something, let me just tell you something, all right? What I have planned for the network, the Black network, all right, it's going to get us reparations. That's what I need to start saying. Maybe then niggas will be like, oh, okay, yeah, reparations, yeah. All right, yes. It's going to make you a millionaire. Guarantee it. Just start throwing out shit like that. I just don't understand. It infuriates me. It infuriates me. But after hearing this shit, bro, of like, listen, black capitalism isn't going to save us. Okay, well, what is? Nothing. I don't have that answer yet. Okay, you don't have that answer yet. Got you. Bet. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. This is... Damn, that's a long-ass intro. Let's see the intro. Let's see what this is.
That's not usually how I like to identify
Mr.
myself.
Beat.
I like to be
Never
identified by my name. My name is Mr. Beat. Anyway, poverty. I would say I have not experienced that much poverty in my life. I've been pretty lucky. Still, growing up, my parents did live paycheck to paycheck. They had a lot of debt, although they did hide this stuff from us kids. It was only later in life that I figured it out. Still, I had a pretty good life.
Holy shit. This nigga's a Pixar fucking character. Oh my god. What? Does this person have like a family and kids? I'm just... So many questions. This is wild.
Life. I had stability. I almost always felt safe. My needs were met. Not one, but two adults always were around who loved me and looked out after me. I even learned about some stuff growing up. I got to go to a private elementary school and later a public middle school and high school to get
Must be fucking nice. Holy shit.
A decent education. I remember learning about American slavery and the
okay, you lost me with that picture. I was like, wait, what is he about to say? I remember my family saying how we had black slaves, you know, that our ancestors, that threw me off.
Civil rights movement in both 7th grade and 11th grade, learning about legendary folks like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, and of course, Martin Luther King Jr. When I began applying for colleges, I learned that many folks who had a different skin color than me apparently got scholarships because of their skin color. And this, frankly, confused me. This seemed like discrimination. Why was a group of people getting special treatment because of the...
fucking crazy. Is that not crazy? Is that not crazy? Well, why are you getting a scholarship because of your skin color? That's not right. Isn't that crazy? Well, I'm white. Why do I have a scholarship? 941, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Hello?
Yes. Are you? Would you happen to be a black man, sir?
Yes, I am. I am African American.
All right.
On the
Well, I
job.
appreciate your call. We're not taking calls from black men today.
What?
Yeah.
I lied.
All right. Take care. Sorry. You niggas is still on timeout. I'm sorry. No offense, but you niggas is still on timeout. After going over that immigration thing, yeah, no, we 941, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, I just want to say I know who Gonzalo Lira is.
Okay. You're the same black man that called in, sir. I don't know why you would call in again. Unless you're transracial now, which this isn't that part of the show. This nigga doesn't get. He's not getting the hint. Let's continue on.
The color of their skin? Heck, dare I say, isn't that racist?
So fucking triggering. Oh my god. The ignorance is so triggering. When people say that, oh shit, what happened? Katt Williams and a Mexican immigrant waving a Mexican flag in the front row got into a heated live exchange in the front. Wait, this is not 2023. This didn't happen in this didn't happen now. Is this new? Wait, did this really happen in 2024? Hold up, what? Sorry. We interrupt this programming to hear it. Yeah, this was old, wasn't it? This wasn't not holding back in 2024. I remember this was way back in the, this was old, wasn't it? I remember this came out a long time ago. Why did this shit is such fucking propaganda. Why are you posting shit that I can't, oh my god, it's like what the fucking, these racists do. They post like random fucking black videos and be like, oh, look what's going on. Let's continue on, sorry.
Well, hold up. Let's get the trusty dictionary out to look up the definition of racism.
Oh boy.
Racism. The belief that...
Let me get this straight. White people created the definition of racism. Why would I be surprised if that definition doesn't entail the actual definition of racism? But I don't know.
Humans can be divided into so-called biological groups called races, and that certain races are inferior or superior to other races.
Oh.
Notice how the word races is in quotes, because it's a word invented by humans to justify hierarchies. To find out more about all this, I highly recommend the Cynical Historians video, Race is a Social Construct. To oversimplify that video, though, one group of people decided they were better than other groups of people, and to justify that they were better.
That's definitely not the definition that's in most dictionaries. I don't know what dictionary he got that from, but that's interesting.
They brought up genetic differences that we see through appearance differences. The most common way they did this was dividing people up based on the color of their skin. That doesn't mean that human variations do not exist. Some of us are really tall. Some of us have green eyes. Some of us have really hairy backs. But differences in genetic traits doesn't mean race has any biological...
You didn't read my supers yesterday? Nigga, I did read them. You just weren't here when I read them. I definitely read them. All of them. So I'm heading back to Cali for a boxing match now. A surprise boxing match with no gloves. That's called a fist fight, sir. That's not a boxing match.
Basis. Anyway, what the heck was I talking about?
Yeah, what were you?
Oh yeah, I was reminiscing about my past. I remember being annoyed as someone with European ancestry, not getting scholarships for having European ancestry if others could get scholarships based on their ancestry. Regardless, I got over it pretty quickly. After all, I was taught not to be racist, to not judge others.
By the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
Yeah, that. I knew.
Oh my God. This guy, man, he knows how to really trigger people, bro. He knows how to really trigger people. If I had $1, every single time one of these mofos mentioned that fucking speech, and didn't mention the entire speech, but mentioned that one little fucking clip. This guy's good. He's good. Who recommended me to watch this? Wasn't it Coda or somebody? This guy's good, man. He's good. He knows how to fucking just, man, Lord.
That those with lighter skin had historically had a huge advantage around the world. Not only that, in college, I learned the importance of this thing called affirmative action. Affirmative action, aka positive discrimination, means favoring folks belonging to...
Positive discrimination? Okay, positive discrimination. I'm sorry, I just... Gotta take it easy, bro, because sometimes these mofos be putting in work... Okay, positive discrimination. I get what you're saying. In other words, you mean justice. That's what you mean. Justice for the fuckery y'all did for hundreds of years, and then just said, well, we're not doing it anymore, so it's all fixed. Imagine how fucked up of a group of people you have to be. How evil you have to be. To fucking ban them from reading, not teach them give them any skills, treat them like fucking animals, and then say, well, we stopped doing it, so you're good. There is no more racism. Crazy shit, bro. These
groups previously discriminated against. In the United States, most of the groups previously discriminated against were what we today call people of color. Simply put, a person of color just means a non-white person.
Yes, but it's not even a non-white person. That's the hustle. Because people of color were black people. The only problem is now, people of color is fucking anyone non-white. That's the... They're so evil. They're so evil. Oh, they're so evil. Oh, God, they're so evil. They're so fucking evil. It's insane how evil. Just evil, bro. Just evil, man. Fucking evil. Let's go on.
Yeah, I'm not a person of color. And so, beginning in the 1960s, which just so happened to be the same time a bunch of really important civil rights laws passed, institutions and governments began to create affirmative action programs to help people of color have an equal opportunity because, as it turns out, they often needed special treatment to even get a fair chance in life.
But freedom is not enough. You do not take a person who...
That's correct. Freedom is not enough. I haven't heard this. Why does no one quote this? I haven't heard this. Freedom is not enough. That's 100% correct.
For years has been hobbled by chains and liberating, bringing up to the starting line of a race and then say, you are free to compete with all the others.
Wait, I've never in my life heard this clip. I've never... What? What? Oh my God, bro. I know who the fuck it is. I know it's not some random fucking white dude. I know who it is. I've never heard this before. I haven't heard any. Wow. You didn't read my supers yesterday, so I'm heading back to... Nigga, I heard what you said the first time, how to, and I did read them. You just weren't here. Because I did a search of your name and you weren't in the chat when I was reading them.
And still...
941, bro. I'm not taking calls from black men right now. Y'all niggas are on timeout, okay? Here's what I'll do. If I take a call from 941 and he doesn't say some like pristine fucking clairvoyant, I don't know, just something epiphany, crazy, wild shit that like blows my mind, you niggas get banned tomorrow too. How about that? Is that what we doing? I'll take his call. But if he says some crazy cuckoo for Cocoa Puff shit, bro, y'all niggas get to eat tomorrow. Is that fair?
Justly believe that you have been completely fair.
In 2000...
What speech is that from? I didn't... Has anyone heard this speech before? I haven't heard that speech. Have you heard that? Yo, that's wild. I've never heard that. I told you this video was fire. Give your boy some props. Oh, it was Armored. That's right. You were the one that recommended. I've never heard that speech. All these mofos said you have. Well, why didn't you tell me about it? These mofos like, yeah, I heard it. What? We got the bourgeoisie in the fucking chat? Lucas, I heard it. You remember the guy who was telling you about as far as the town hall meetings? Yeah, I knew about that.
I remember being proud that Americans had finally elected the first African-American president. Heck, I even thought that racism may just be on its way out. And then I heard of this thing called systemic racism, and I was like, well, crap. Systemic racism is when a group of people have less opportunities, not because of individuals being racist, but entire systems being racist. These systems are often either political, economic, or social systems, and they're also often connected. It's different from individual racism, aka personal racism, the more explicit form of racism in which individuals are racist, or even institutional racism, in which large and important organizations are racist. Today, those two forms are indeed less common than they were in the 1960s. But a lot of people deny
Here's
that...
the thing I don't like. Less common than they were in the 1960s. A lot of shit is less common. But I don't know what that means. By what metric? Are they less overt? Because less overt and less common are two different things. But let's go on.
That systemic racism exists. Wait, what?
The United States does not have systemic racism.
There is no such thing as systemic racism. Stop feeling guilty. It doesn't exist.
I think there's individual racism, but the idea that there's widespread systemic racism does not exist.
Okay. There is no systemic racism in this country.
I just don't want to be here, bro. Just, Lord.
Dr. King eliminated that with the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and the Fair Housing Act.
What?
Systemic racism does not exist. There are no laws in America, meaning the system. Doesn't mean racism doesn't exist. Racism exists. There are people who are racist, and you should do everything you can to show them that their ideas are wrong, and that you should not be judging someone based on their race, of course.
This is a gay white man in the Republican Party who is having a surrogate who was absolutely lambasted for. Honestly, I wish I had a death note. I would genuinely fucking sacrifice my soul to get a death note. Like I would genuinely do that, bro. Okay, I wouldn't mind playing, you know, fucking solitaire with the Shimagagi. Forgot what they call it, Shimagagi or whatever that Shimagagi. I wouldn't mind that, bro. If it meant that I got a death note, it'd be fucking worth it, bro. It would be so fucking worth it.
But the idea that there is systemic racism, meaning that there are laws in place that treat black people differently or Asian people differently or white people differently, simply doesn't exist.
But hold on, whoever that dude with the expensive suit speaking at Oxford was doesn't know the definition of systemic racism.
And why the fuck is he speaking at Oxford? What has Dave Rubin done in his life to be giving anyone any type of advice or any type? It's so fucking White Republicans are some of the most stupid, ignorant, easily exploited people on the face of the fucking planet. What I mean, Lord.
Remember, the definition of systemic racism is when a group of people has less opportunities due to entire systems being racist. It's not
laws in place that treat black people differently or Asian people differently or white people differently.
No, the laws are pretty much fine. Again, we mostly fixed all that back in the 1960s. At least in the United States. It's the enforcement of the law. See, that's an example of how the criminal justice system has been racist.
Systemic racism, that charge, is a ruse, and it's to say everything in our country is infected. Every institution, every system.
It is. This is so crazy, bro. Why are they so? This is racist in and of itself. That's like having slaves and saying there are no slaves. They think that they're Jedi.
System from the top to the bottom, from the beginning to the end, it's all infected.
Everything in our country is infected.
Do you not know the history of this country?
I am making this video because a lot of people still deny that systemic racism exists.
They don't,
and
though. Here's the thing, they don't. They're just doing that to gain money. They don't deny it because they actually know it does exist, 100%. Because they're the ones that are upholding it. They don't do it. That's the thing. That's what makes them evil. Is that they know, and yet they say, well, no, it doesn't happen. Fucking straight up, lineage of evil.
Almost always
I
because...
I still have to create that shirt.
Because they don't even understand the definition of systemic racism.
They do, though. You're being too charitable to them. You're being too charitable. They're fucking evil.
It's like not believing the tooth fairy is real and then describing the tooth fairy as a giant bunny who delivers eggs on Easter. Unfortunately, systemic racism is indeed real. And to prove it, I'm going to give you the most common examples of it. But first, this video was sponsored once again by Ground News, a website and app created by a former NASA engineer to help you get an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. Every story comes with a quick visual.
Appreciate it. Next.
And reproduce. This is more likely to happen if our needs are all met. We always hear about the starting line metaphor as if life is a race to see who is the fastest. You know, white people are at the starting line, but often people of color are way back behind the starting line, so they need extra help to get to the starting line so they have a chance to win the race. But that metaphor assumes that life is a zero-sum game, that only one person can win the race. That's why I like my tree metaphor better. Imagine an apple tree that produces an infinite amount of apples. In this metaphor, getting those apples is the ultimate prize. The best thing ever. The thing that will make us happy. And yeah, survive and reproduce. Now, we can't reach those apples. We have to work for them. We may have to climb that tree to get those apples. Or maybe we build a ladder to reach them. The point is, just like the day-to-day struggles of life, we have to work for those apples. But not all of us start from the ground. Some of us have to first climb out of a hole first to even get to the ground. Sometimes some of the people on the ground even kick dirt back in this hole on the people down there. Here are 6 examples of systemic racism, and notice how poverty underlies all of them. The healthcare system has hurt people of color more than others. People of color are less likely to be in good health. The life expectancy for black men is more than 4 years less than that of white men. People of color are less likely to see a doctor. They are less likely to have good health insurance or health insurance at all. During the COVID-19 pandemic,
COVID-19!
people of color died from the virus at a higher rate than whites. People of color are less likely to be vaccinated. They are less likely to get treatment for mental illness. Black infants are more than 2 times as likely to die as white infants. Black and Hispanic children are more than twice as likely to not have enough food to eat than white children. Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The education system has hurt people of color more than others. Students of color generally have less educational opportunities. They generally do worse on standardized tests. They are less likely to graduate from high school or go to college. When they do go to college, the colleges are lower quality. Black college students owe around $7,000 more in student loan debt than white college students. Students of color have less access to advanced classes. There is evidence that non-black teachers set lower expectations for black students. They are 54% less likely than white students to get recommended for gifted classes. Schools are highly segregated by skin color. Most schools where the majority are students of color are in the inner cities and slums. Because most public schools are funded primarily through property taxes, schools where the majority are students of color are often underfunded compared to majority white schools. The employment system has hurt people of color more than others. Then again, a lot of this is related to the education system. People of color are more likely to be unemployed. They tend to get less job opportunities and worse benefits. In the United States, blacks earn 30% less than whites. The median household income of African Americans is about 1/8 that of the median household income of whites. Blacks are underrepresented in high-paying professions. On average, African American entrepreneurs get $35,000 in loans to start a business versus the $107,000 that whites get. The housing system has hurt people of color more than others. People of color are much less likely to own a house and much more likely to spend a higher percentage of their income on rent. They have a harder time getting loans to buy homes. When they do get loans, they tend to pay higher interest rates. The black home ownership rate is 44%. For whites, it's 7.
Crazy. Did you hear that a lot of businesses is removing the educational college degree requirement for the hiring process? Oh, a college degree? They're removing it? Good.
74%. People of color generally live in smaller homes. They generally live in less safe neighborhoods, strongly related to the fact that these neighborhoods have concentrated poverty.
Don't even get me started on politics.
Here in the United States, the political system has hurt people of color more than others. People of color have more obstacles to voting. In 2016, 1 out of every 13 African Americans couldn't vote due to a felony conviction, compared to 1 out of 56 white Americans.
That's another way that they disenfranchise the black vote. Fucking crazy. Fucking imagine that. All the exonerations. What was it? Over half? The majority of exonerations are black people. During that time, they weren't able to vote.
People of color are more likely to have to wait in line to vote. They are more likely to have trouble finding their polling location and finding a time to vote. They are less likely to have an ID to vote. As I already mentioned, the criminal justice system has hurt people of color more than others. There's no evidence whatsoever that people of color use or sell drugs at a higher rate than whites. Yet, they get arrested much more and then get harsher prison sentences. Black males get federal sentences around 20% longer than white males for the exact same crime. People of color are more likely to get stopped and frisked and harassed by police officers. In the United States, blacks are between 2 to 4 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. Do blacks commit more crimes in the United States? Well, they get arrested more, is all we know. Keep in mind that the majority of arrests are drug-related. Now, do blacks commit more violent crimes? According to the data, yes, but that data is often insufficient and misleading. Also, folks conveniently leave out the fact that most of that is due to gang violence, and gang violence is rooted in, you guessed it, poverty. Being in poverty is...
I can only expect that the comments are a bunch of fragile individuals talking about, that's not true. That's not true. You just gotta work hard. I can only imagine, bro. I'm sure it's plagued by a bunch of white conservatives who refuse to update their beliefs of how the world works. The comments have been very positive, and I take that back. Then it's probably a bunch of white liberals and what do you call independents?
Perhaps the strongest predictor of whether or not someone will commit a crime. You see, desperate people often resort to desperate measures in order to survive.
Disparities do not mean systemic racism. Disparities mean disparities.
But what caused those disparities?
Disparities mean disparities. Please give me the fucking death note. Please give me the death note. Please give me the death note. I'll take one for the team.
Black married man has the same unemployment rate as do whites. What is stopping a black person from going to college or university?
Married men have the same unemployment as whites? What? What the fuck is... Why are we talking about black married men? What?
Poverty?
The things that you mentioned are disparities. Tell me how these disparities are because of racism.
Poverty.
You mentioned mortgage applications. It is true that blacks are turned down at a higher rate for mortgages than whites. It's also true that Asians are turned down less often than whites. How do you explain that?
Generational poverty caused by systemic racism. Again, poverty underlies all of these. And yeah, we must recognize that there's a lot of white folks in poverty as well, including much of my own family. This is why I think the term white privilege does more harm than good, raising awareness about systemic racism, as it tends to downplay the experiences of poor white folks. In reality, we could just as easily call it wealth privilege instead of white privilege. So what caused these 6 examples of systemic racism? The momentum of history. In the early years of the United States, millions of African Americans were enslaved. Even those who were, quote, free were heavily discriminated against. Many forget that Europeans initially enslaved Native Americans. At least hundreds of thousands were driven off their lands. Tens of thousands died in wars and massacres. After slavery ended, governments across the country passed laws that treated African Americans as second-class citizens, stripping them of the same opportunities others had. Meanwhile, the United States government forced Native Americans onto mainly communal reservations. Individuals rarely had property rights. They couldn't own land. This eventually made it difficult for them to establish credit and borrow money. While the Dawes Act of 1887 let most Native Americans own property, it also gave away nearly 2/3 of all Native American land. Holy crap! And allowed rich developers to buy most of the most productive land. Not only that, developers often tricked many Native Americans into selling their land, leaving many of them homeless. The Dawes Act also caused many tribes to lose their culture by shipping their children to boarding schools. Oh, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Even after the passage of the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, whites prevented Native Americans from voting in other sneaky ways. African Americans could vote, but they often first had to jump through some hoops to do so. They had to pay poll taxes, take ridiculously difficult tests, or face intimidation from white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan. Because of this, no African Americans served in Congress between the years 1901 to 1928, despite being between 10 to 12% of the total population at the time. That was also the time when the majority of Confederate statues went up, by the way. A pretty horrific time to be a person of color in America. And that's also when racial violence peaked. Race riots, most infamously the Tulsa Race Massacre. Thousands of African Americans got lynched. Typically how it went down was something bad would happen to a white person, a black person, usually a black man, would get blamed, a mob would kidnap the person blamed, and finally publicly execute them. If you never learned any of this in school, this is the part of the video where you probably just need to stop and ask yourself, why?
Exactly.
Why was I never taught this stuff? And
Precisely.
then there was
Why
housing
do you think? Why do you think? The same reason these mofos is crying over CRT. It's lineage of evil, bro. Lineage of evil.
discrimination. And this was a big one. First of all, it's important to understand the importance of generational wealth. Generational wealth is the passing of wealth down from one generation to the next. Most of it is passed down after a family member dies in the form of an inheritance. Often it's through real estate, and the most common form of real estate passed down is a house. Generational wealth is also passed down in the form of support of a child as they grow up, especially with their educational endeavors. According to one analysis by Lending Tree, it costs on average around $237,000.
230? Bro, how are y'all having children? I don't understand. Small child increased by 19%. That's on what? $237 to raise a child?
$1,000 for American parents to raise one child. Woo!
Oh my God, bro. Oh my Lord. Bruh, yeah. I see why we have abortion. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
According to the economist Thomas Piketty, most wealth, more than 70% of it, is inherited, not earned. Other economists dispute how he came up with that figure, but the fact remains that probably at least half of all wealth in the world is indeed inherited. Not only that, our wealth today can be traced back hundreds of years. But most African Americans and Native Americans only began accumulating wealth within the past few decades. I already mentioned Native Americans struggling due to not being able to own private property. But African Americans, more often than not, also got screwed. Between the Civil War and the 1980s, the US federal government gave nearly 3 million people of European ancestry free land. Okay, well, but sure, African Americans got some of that free land too. Heck, by 1910, more African Americans owned land than at any time before. Or since. Yep, black ownership peaked in 1910. It's been on the decline ever since. As farming declined, blacks moved to the cities, where they often faced obstacles to buying homes. They were often not allowed to live in nicer, whites-only neighborhoods. One of the most famous early suburban housing developments, Levittown, explicitly refused to sell homes to, quote, non-whites. Even the federal government got in on the racist housing policy. During the Great Depression, which at the time caused more than half of all African Americans to become unemployed, the United States Congress passed 2 laws that made housing more affordable to Americans. But ultimately, most people of color didn't benefit from these laws. Not only that, they led to further segregation, often pushing people of color into public housing slums. Then there was redlining. See the areas on this map highlighted in red? Those were the, quote, risky homes. Banks didn't loan money to the folks in those homes. Insurance companies charged ridiculously high interest rates to the folks in those homes. The folks in those homes tended to be, you guessed it, black. Developers used eminent domain, or the government taking private property for public use, to kick blacks out of their homes. One big example of this was the federal government building interstate highways and splitting black neighborhoods. Most of the laws discriminating against African Americans enforced racial segregation, establishing separate institutions, places, and services for blacks and whites. The United States Supreme Court even upheld racial segregation.
The United States Supreme Court. And you wonder why people want to, we'll take it to the Supreme Court. I bet you did want to take it to the Supreme Court. When people say that shit, it's just crazy to me. It's like the Supreme Court, they're infallible.
Segregation in the case Plessy v. Ferguson, so long as those institutions, places, and services were, quote, separate but equal. Well, spoiler alert, they were not. 58 years later, the Supreme Court redeemed itself by ruling that racial segregation was, quote, inherently unequal in the famous decision Brown versus the Board of Education. The Brown decision was part of the much bigger civil rights movement, which I mentioned earlier. In addition to desegregation, the civil rights movement saw laws getting rid of all discrimination and obstacles to voting for people of color. Heck, there was even a law that mostly got rid of housing discrimination. Double heck! All of the major reforms of the 1960s and 1970s saw progress not just for African Americans and Native Americans, but additionally Hispanics, Latinos, women, those with disabilities, and even homosexuals. And they all lived happily ever after. Except that they didn't. While most people of color have made tremendous progress in recent decades, overall they still can't seem to escape the momentum of the past.
Stop with this video. This is a horrible fucking video. Goodness gracious. Ugh.
Plus, while the laws and courts were mostly on the side of people of color, racists found ways around the laws and courts to still make people of color second-class citizens. The Nixon administration started the war on drugs, for example, which made pretty much all recreational drugs except alcohol and nicotine illegal. Yep, including marijuana. Folks caught with just marijuana often faced serious prison time that ruined their lives. The war on drugs disproportionately targeted people of color. The Reagan administration took it up a notch, ultimately leading to the United States locking up more people than any other country in the world. Reagan signed the Anti-Drug Act of 1986, which created a minimum prison sentence of 10 years for anyone found distributing 50 grams of crack cocaine or 5,000 grams of powder cocaine. Why just 50 grams of crack cocaine versus the 5,000 of powder cocaine? Well, because it was mostly people of color, poor people in the slums that were the ones doing crack cocaine, because it was cheaper than powdered cocaine. Rich people were doing powdered cocaine just as much as the poor people were doing crack cocaine. They're all doing cocaine, but you know, they had to get the poor people. They had to put the poor people and the people of color in prison. People of color often served much longer prison sentences than 10 years for having drugs. People were sentenced to life in prison for, wait for it, just marijuana possession. Life in prison. First-time offenders even began getting maximum sentences for drugs. Because so many people of color had been arrested for drugs, after this, police tended to hang out in slums where people of color lived, actively seeking out non-violent people to arrest them for drugs, as usually it was easier to arrest them than arresting someone, you know, violent. They implemented stop and frisk policies. All of this created even more negative stereotypes of people of color in the media, particularly black men. Racists have also been successful at voter suppression, which mostly hurts low-income folks, which, mostly hurts people of color. Racial gerrymandering, or manipulating districts to weaken the black vote, became more common, as did undoing voter registrations and making it more difficult to register to vote. People of color would often show up to vote and find out that they were no longer registered to vote and then sent away. Not only that, but voting locations and times were reduced to weaken the vote of people of color. And all of this was in the name of supposedly fighting voter fraud. Right. Oh, and all those people of color in prison for drugs that I mentioned earlier? In many cases, they couldn't vote for the rest of their lives. Probably the most surprising thing I found out researching for this video was that de facto segregation still exists. In fact, it exists a lot. Segregation by skin color is worse today than it was in 1990, even though it's no longer written into laws, folks. So what's the solution to overcome these 6 examples of systemic racism? Well, it begins with recognizing systemic racism as a legitimate problem that persists. I'll admit it, I used to downplay systemic racism until I got out of my bubble. Speaking of which, let's get out of my bubble right now. Let's take a walk down memory lane.
This looks like hell. Is that what this is? Is this hell? This looks like hell. Is this hell? This looks like hell. If I had to envision hell, this is what it would look like. Holy moly.
Behind me is Central High School in Kansas City, Missouri. According to greatschools.org, test scores here fall far below the state average. Pretty much every kid that goes to school here is in poverty. Back in 2010, when I couldn't find a teaching job because of the recession, I substitute taught here. And back then, nearly every kid that went to school here was in poverty too. Huh. Go figure. Often, I was the only white guy in the building. In fact, this is the first time in my life that I remember actually experiencing racism firsthand, meaning people were racist towards me. And I remember thinking, oh, so that's what it's like to be judged by the color of your skin. This sucks. And it was indeed very tough to teach here. There were some good kids, but there were kids who did act out. But it was only after this experience that I felt that I truly had begun to understand what systemic racism was all about. You see, the kids that go to school here, nearly all of them people of color, go here because they live here. It's not their choice. Now I'm at Blue Valley West High School over in Overland Park, Kansas. According to greatschools.org, test scores here are far above the state average.
Okay.
Most of the kids who go to school here are economically well off. Back in 2010, I would leave my substitute teaching job in Kansas City, Missouri, and drive all the way out here to coach tennis. And guess what? Back then, pretty much every kid here was privileged too. And while it's more ethnically diverse today than it used to be, back in 2010, most of the kids who went to school here happened to have the same skin color as me. I had no behavior issues here, ever. In fact, I had more issues with helicopter parents. So were there no behavior issues because they're mostly white kids? Absolutely not. And it's actually kind of racist to assume that.
How can you argue that racism is not a driving factor in income inequality?
Because it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture.
Yeah, that dude with the tie thinks it's culture, but he's wrong. It's poverty.
Because it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture. And when you have a culture that doesn't... You know what? Explain to me. You explain to me why black kids aren't graduating high school.
Poverty?
Explain to me why black kids are shooting each other in rates significantly higher than whites are shooting each other. Explain to me why 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of the murder. Explain
poverty.
To me why the number of black...
Oh my God. It's always delicious to hear Ben Shapiro. When you heard them laughing at him, right? He got upset and went full freaking Klan. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Yes, of course that's Ben Shapiro. His voice is unmistakable. Explain to me why that's happening.
Black kids in prison, not for innocent reasons, not for walking down the street and getting pulled into a prison, is so high.
Oh yeah, poverty.
It has nothing to do with culture. Explain to me why the single motherhood rate in the black community jumped from 20% to 70%.
Oh, that one's actually the drug war.
Movement has made such tremendous strides.
All those statistics that he lists off are symptoms, not causes. The root cause is poverty. And again, that poverty is caused by the momentum of history.
How do you explain that Chinese
Americans... white people hate white people like this? This guy is hated probably by many white people. Hated. They hate them. Hate them. White Republicans despise this man. I bet my life on it. Anytime a white person is like, well, this is what's going on, we gotta fix it, they're like, shut up, you inward lover. Completely off code. Completely off code.
Americans who were victimized by racism. How do you explain that they have a higher net income than do whites? How do you explain that Japanese Americans have a higher household income than do whites? How do you explain that Korean Americans have a higher net income than do whites? How do you explain Nigerian Americans have a higher net income, household income than do whites?
I'm glad you brought that up because the vast majority of Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Nigerian, and Indian immigrants, while we're at it, all mostly came to the United States since the 1960s, not before it. Also,
bingo. This is why Umar is wrong. We need to team up with these guys. I 100% agree. As far as black empowerment in this country has not been as far as through solely black people. It's been through as far as teaming up with those who are willing to fight for the cause. Speak truth to power. That's what I'm saying, especially when it comes to this whole FBA versus everything. And I was like, y'all ain't gonna improve it. You want to know what you're gonna do? You're gonna improve the pockets of the people who are promoting that whole charade. That's what they're doing, and they don't even understand it. Out of all the things these people have said and done, how has it benefited you? How's it benefit? It hasn't benefited me, not a fuck all thing. I just happen to see that this person went from nothing, and now a lot of these mofos are driving around in brand new Bentleys and Porsches and everything, but I'm not in a Porsche, I'm not in a Bentley. And then when you ask, well, how did that happen? Stop pocket watching. Niggas are stupid. Stupid. This whole culture, it's benefiting the people who are exploiting us. That's the funny part. You mean the nigga who's exploiting us is telling us not to pocket watch? Huh, I wonder fucking why. I wonder fucking why.
Of all people of color, it's only mostly African Americans and Native Americans that have faced systemic racism with regards to property rights in the past. And finally, there's the single parent household distinction. 84% of Asian American and Pacific Islander children live with two parents. However, just 58% of Hispanic or Latino children, 51% of Native American children, and 36% of African American children live with two parents. More often than not, single-parent households in the United States are missing a father at home. And where might the fathers be? Well, likely they're in prison as non-violent drug offenders. Say, what does that smell like? Can you smell that? It smells like systemic racism to me.
Just get your root work in FBA flat. Oh yeah, I'm all for FBA. Absolutely, 100%. Let's do it.
And this is why when we talk about...
Y'all don't understand. I actually have an FBA. Listen, my website is foundationalba.com. Look it up. If y'all don't believe me, look it up. I'm all in. I kid you not. Foundationalba.com. For Foundational Black American. Look it up. Go ahead. I'm dead ass. I'm all in.
Systemic racism in the United States, we're usually talking about either African Americans or Native Americans having the greatest disadvantage. Compared to other groups, they've been screwed over the most throughout American history. Imagine if all white folks got all of their freedoms and property taken away for 200 years, and that during those 200 years, all others viewed white folks as inferior human beings. And then one day, white folks were allowed to have freedoms again and acquire property. Do you think white folks would have an equal opportunity all of a sudden? Do you think that people would just all of a sudden not think of white folks as inferior human beings?
Exactly.
No, they would not. The momentum of history is why a growing number of people have called for reparations, or giving money to the descendants of people who had their freedom stripped away from them. But that's a whole nother video. Still, the evidence is pretty clear. And I know this may sound mind-blowing, but if people of color had more money, then they could overcome systemic racism. You think Oprah Winfrey has to worry about systemic racism in her day-to-day life? Do you think Barack Obama has to worry about systemic racism in his day-to-day life? Of course not. It's not a coincidence that many of the loudest black voices denying the existence of systemic racism...
She's not from America, just to give you a heads up. She's not Native. She's not Black American. She's not FBA. She is an immigrant, just so we're clear.
Were either born well off or lucky enough to escape poverty. In fact, several experts argue that a universal basic income could help end systemic racism by breaking people out of the vicious cycle of poverty. And it's kind of sad that I have to say this, but we don't want equality of outcome. We want equal opportunity. And systemic racism is still, in the year 2024, preventing that from happening. Today, if you are a person of color, especially born in the United States, with the data we have, we can predict that it's much more likely that you will end up living a shorter life, getting a worse education and crappier job opportunities, not being able to buy a house, getting less political representation, and end up in prison. Let's return to the perhaps cringy metaphor that I brought up before. There are people in the hole who have to climb out first before they have the same opportunities as the rest of us. Systemic racism caused people of color to be in that hole in the first place. History tells us how that hole got there. And sure, our laws likely prevent new holes from forming, but dadgummit, those holes are still there. The rest of us, the people on the ground, need to stop pretending like there isn't a hole and that there aren't people down in it.
Thank you. Exactly. Why is it so hard for so many Why is it so hard for so many non-black people, I'll say? Why is it so hard? I just don't understand. I don't understand. Why? This is what I'm talking about. When I say lineage of evil, I'm not talking about all white people. You have to understand there's some people who get it. They get it. But you have to understand someone like this is seen as a fucking Nazi, seen as a, I don't know, what they want to call them, a liberal, whatever. That's what they're seen as, bro. You have to understand. They have no place to speak up, unfortunately. And sure as hell not in the Republican Party. Sure as hell not. So it's just wild, bro. It's really wild how there have been a group of people who have silenced the truth. Right? They silence the truth from within, and they silence the truth from without, on the out as well. So it's it's crazy.
We need to stop telling the people down in the hole to just climb out and join the rest of us. No, man. The people in the hole need a ladder, need a rope, something to help them. And just because some do make it out of the hole and get plenty of apples doesn't mean the hole isn't there, and doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist. That's the apple picking fallacy after all. I mean, cherry picking fallacy. At the very least, let's recognize that many of us were privileged enough to not start out in the hole. And we're not better because we didn't begin life in the hole. We were freaking lucky. Many are poor not because they are lazy, not because they are addicted to drugs, not because they don't value education.
Thank you.
They're poor because they can't escape the history of their ancestors. I think we should help them escape it.
Woo! Woo! Now, unfortunately, we is like 5 white people. Unfortunately, we is like 5 white people. That's the unfortunate truth of the issue. But all facts, bro. All facts. Unfortunately, I mean, we just need to bump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers, okay?
I leaned heavily on 4 books researching for this video. Jonathan Kozel's classic book, Savage Inequalities. The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein. And finally, a newer one called Caste by Isabel Wilkerson. I've linked all these books in the description of this video. I encourage you to read these yourself. Research all this stuff.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, read the comments. Let's read the comments, bro. Y'all keep saying read the comments. Geez, I feel exhausted trying to explain systemic racism. Oh, fuck. What happened? What happened? All right. Let's see. Feel exhausted. Systemic racism. So naysay. God. Oh my god. I gotta clean up my hard drive. My shit is like crazy. I gotta clean it up. Feel exhausted trying to explain systemic racism. Naysayers are close to this video is a great resource. Okay, it's astounding how ridiculously difficult literacy tests. When I saw the actual test, I realized, oh, this was made for the sole purpose to stop people from voting at all. My hypothesis, the reason why systemic racism is so relevant is because so many politicians and other people in power are so old. They grew up in more racist times, which has led systemic racism going away with much more slowly than it could. I agree. And the problem is that these mofos is now, I want you to understand that these old racists are now hiring young people to say the same things that they're saying. So they're just creating a new fucking lineage of evil. It's just... As an Indian, not Native American origin person and centrist who is aware of history, the way you explain it helps me understand it much better and profoundly. You never went to hyperbole of the summer. Okay. Honestly, one of the best political videos. Okay. I never comment stuff, but I feel the need to say I consider myself fully Republican. I watch mostly Republican media and most vote Republican, and I thought systemic racism was complete nonsense. The video generally opened my eyes that the definition right-wing media were feeding me were the real nonsense. If this is systemic racism, then I have been wrong, and it is fact real. We'll be sharing this video. Hallelujah! See, we need the good white folks, man. Those are the only people to listen to. Those are the only people to listen to. You have to understand. Because if I talk to them, and I'm going to blow them the fuck out the water, and then they're just going to call me an N-word and then leave. But them, they'll be like, all right, he's one of us. Let's hear what he has to say. His IQ is actually pretty high, just being one of us. Let's hear what he has to say. Yes, we need more dudes like this. We need a control D, duplicate. Because they're like, you know what? I've been listening to Republicans all my life, but now that you mention it this way, right? I say, hey, systemic racism is a real thing because of this and this. Shut up, Nagger. You just want to be lazy and poor, okay? Stop killing one another. He comes out and says, hey, systemic racism is because it's real, and it's because of this and this. By God, you've opened my eyes. I never looked at it that way. You're giving me a different perspective on life. Perhaps I've been wrong this entire time. I'll share with the family. Thank you. Oh, man. Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. What a great video. Good job, Armored Apologetics. I had no idea who the fuck Mr. Beat was. You saw that we looked him up. He must be shadow banned. When this video? Oh, this video came out a day ago. Yeah, he must have been shadow banned. They're like, what? Shadow banned this motherfucker. He's a traitor. 503, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Yo, Lucas, it's Joe. So I have a couple things that I wanted to come to you with. First and foremost, is what I've learned as like being a content creator and in the space is that people often fall for appearances, not necessarily what truth is. So you have a lot of white people in suits, and they'll listen to white people in suits over somebody who's a bit more confrontational and instigative like Lucas. But I think that's a lot of the problem is humans are just stupid. So a lot of times they are unaware of their internal biases or how they can perceive people differently based on their race. They don't recognize that that's potentially something that they have ingrained in them. And I think just humans are naturally able to categorize people into groups. You know, you see it like in high school politics, so to speak. This is a nerd, this is a jock, yada, 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 because humans just naturally categorize in general. So I think that that's something to point out. And it takes a lot to get people to recognize such things. But yeah, I know it's Disagreement Day and I'm kind of interrupting, but I wanted to talk a bit about the network and an idea that I had. Have you ever thought about maybe doing like a PragerU where we can contract people per video and not necessarily to start a whole channel?
Contract people per video? What do you mean?
Meaning we have, somebody who says, hey, I want to make a educational video on maybe systemic racism. And we say, okay, well, if we're monetized, this is how much of the cut you get of that independent video. And then eventually, if it grows big enough, we can contract out actual content creators within the YouTube Black community, so to speak, that can make content for it, similar to what PragerU does. They get celebrities on there all the time, like Candace Owens or, a Ben Shapiro, whoever they want.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. That sounds like a good idea.
It sounds like it is something that you and me would have to start out, and it would be a lot of work, so to speak, because we would need a channel established with a certain amount of views. And I know that you have like a million projects going on. I've been a little bit frustrated with the Joe Cosmic stuff in particular because it seems like a lot of people in the community kind of seem to think that because there's like a lack of participation from you that the whole contract in itself is a scam. So I'm like fighting all these people off and trying to protect you in all this. And I don't know if we should like maybe multi-stream or something. Like, I know that we want to have my stuff be my own, and more so, I'm doing this in particular, I think, because Riley was such an important man to me, and it is a shame that we lost him. But when I met him, I started to recognize that this was a person that a lot of people would see on the surface as like a thug or, you know, somebody, a criminal, so to speak. You know, he seemed like the angry black man. But the more I got to know him, based off of like what he was saying and where his, you know, attitude stemmed from and the things he see and understanding his experiences when he was alive, you know, I got to recognize that it's like what's on the surface isn't necessarily what truly defines a person. It's what they do. And I watched him grow as a person to unfortunately lose his life. But yeah, I think that he inspired me to just see things differently, especially with the cause of death, which I can't get into. But it just made the whole thing like just frustrating. So if you know, you know. But
yeah, Joe, at any time.
I would be really on board to help you do something like that. I'm not sure what you said though.
I said, yeah, anytime.
Anytime? Okay.
Yeah.
I would love to talk behind the scenes, and then maybe I could pitch a bit. I'm very bad at scripted videos, I think. But if I can make something high enough quality, and if we work hard enough, it can get there. Also, I need to discuss payment because the money, I don't think we pulled anything out of AdSense yet, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, either A, we can pay me and I can put that money towards Mario Kart 8 because my following, you know, they're in the Nintendo because that's all I can afford right now. Or I'm thinking we could put both of our cuts into the Spider game to help try and finance it. And if it doesn't get financed, then we can just take the money back.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, no.
But I think that having a game company potentially in the picture could really, that could be huge. But
no, I think that definitely could be huge because, like I said, I mean, this was more of a trial run to see if we could, if I could get something up and going. Because yeah, I think there's a lot of games that people want to play again. I mean, I know I would definitely play NBA Street or a boxing game or whatnot because they're not doing it.
Yeah. And I also think that, you know, my audience, you know, being gamers, they definitely would be fine with potentially if we did put that money towards it. But I don't know. I really need to get Mario Kart because that's what they really want.
Mario Kart?
Yeah. I don't have a PS5, Lucas. So if you're talking about multiplayer games that people can participate, your best games are Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which we have. And
you have a
Splatoon
Switch, right?
And Mario Kart. Yeah, that's what I have. MK1 on the Switch runs like garbage. Don't even bother buying it. It's like poorly reviewed. It looks like trash. The presentation is trash. At most, you can get MK11. But like as far as multiplayer games go, the hardware is very limited, and most of the current gen games aren't ported over. And if they are ported over, they're mostly downgrades. Like it has a hard time. They had a hard time optimizing the Arkham Knight game, which is like 7 years old, and getting it to run properly in the Switch without frame drops. The other options is Xbox games like Halo Infinite is available on PC.
Okay.
But I don't have a PS5. I can't afford a PS5. I'm trying to get my work situations. I'm looking for other careers, sadly. But yeah, I've got a lot going on, and it's kind of been like a burden trying to take care of the channel and get it growing to enough that it's financially bringing in enough. You know, I'm struggling.
Gotcha.
But that's on me. But yeah, that's why I would be getting Mario Kart. And I don't really think that your audience is particularly interested in Switch. I think the taste palette is particularly PlayStation. So I have a hard time, you know, getting people from here wanting to participate with the Joe Cosmic stuff. If that makes sense.
No, I hear you.
Because it's a whole different demographic that's looking for Switch games.
Yeah. It seems to be
particularly
probably a younger audience, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I've got a younger audience. So yeah, surprisingly, a lot of them are like Black, Hispanic, and Japanese. We got people from different countries, even Australia. It just ended up that way. But I've got a really good group of people, pretty diverse crowd, and I'm happy about it. But yeah, I've got work to do, and I've been working really hard on it. So, and I really want to see this network thing take off. And I think that if we have something that is more like, if we have something that's monetized and it's guaranteed to get people money, we're going to have an easier time onboarding people to make content, in particular, towards the cause, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. No, it does.
So, all right, that's all I wanted to say. We should probably talk behind the scenes. I have a hard time getting you on the phone or getting you to answer text messages. I'm a lot, and like,
I don't know what's going on with my phone, but it doesn't allow it. Sometimes it doesn't send. It says I have to switch like networks to send messages to you.
To me several days like after you type Merry Christmas. I was like, and I sent like this message complaining about something, and then it felt horrible because then I received Merry Christmas. I'm like, damn, he sent me Merry Christmas on Christmas, and it came back this many days later. But yeah, I don't know. But anyways, that's all I got. I guess that is a disagreement, but I don't have anything else other than I guess that I can hit you up on Twitter if texting has been unreliable.
Yeah, I'm usually.
All right, just be looking for your DMs. All right, take care.
All right. Yeah, because I've had that happen before. I'll send a text and it has me having to send it again. Now, once I send a text, I don't look back to send it again. It'll just say something wrong with the network. You have to send it via SMS or something like that. I don't know. What you mean? You conducting the exclusive Joe Cosmic interview like Willie D? No. Stop it. 323, you're online. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Yes,
I'm sorry. GC, I believe you identify as a black man. I already told y'all. So not only you niggas fucking can't hear, damn, you niggas is dumb and can't hear? This is crazy. You niggas is dumb and can't hear. Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. How the fuck you got more than one handicap? That's insane. Lucas is because of poverty. We can try tomorrow. We'll start early. Anyways, that's it for today. We've been going for a minute now. 5 fucking hours. God dang. 5 hours, bruh. Not even cracking minimum wage over here. Check the what? Political lobby? Where? How do we get so many lobbies? Oh, wait, there we go. Political lobby. What's happened in the political lobby? Thank you. Commencement speech, Harvard. Damn, 1965 he gave that speech? Good looking. I've never heard that speech before in my life. That's crazy. That's sad, man. That's sad. Yeah, I've never heard this speech before. I mean, it makes sense because I was nowhere near fucking 1965. I've never heard anyone actually play a clip from it. That's crazy. All right. When are you going to watch Rosewood? We got freaking Coda talking about Watch Chevalier and you talking about Rosewood. I don't know. I need a break. I need to cleanse my palate after fucking Life. After Chavo was like, you need to watch Life. That's a comedy. I don't know. I need to cleanse my palate or something. I'm going to watch I'm about to watch, what's the movie that I just have? American Fiction. That's what I'm about to watch. That's what I'm about to watch is American Fiction. Brief says, Lucas, it's because of the $8 we need to live on. $8, bro. It's not. That's not even funny, bro. That's not fucking funny, bro. It's really not funny. Oof, Jesus, Lord, bro. How the heck? I was looking at my cardboard cutter. Got big ass letter that says China. I was like, damn, China makes everything. Gotta learn Mandarin. Mandarin and Spanish, black people. Mandarin and Spanish, because apparently that's what it seems to be. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. I've acknowledged that fact, and I think, what is it? The stages of grief. I think I'm coming to acceptance. I think that's what I'm doing. I'm coming to accept it is what it is. Lucas, watch Blue Eye Samurai? I watched that a while ago, bro. That shit was fire. Fire. I already watched Blue Eye Samurai. Shit was amazing. I'm waiting for season 2. Or season 3, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was season 2 because it was only one season. Yeah. Shit was fire. And what was interesting, it wasn't even the animation style. I think it was just the story. I think the story was more potent than the animation. Animation was good, but yeah, that was pretty solid. They need to bring back Samurai Champloo. You're Chevalier reincarnated? Okay. It's low-key Mulan? I guess you could say that. It's definitely, the story is somewhat of an aspect of Mulan. Very much so. Yeah, I bench watched it. It was fucking awesome, man. Really great. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Yeah. I've recommended Rosewood years ago, and you kept dodging. Bro, if I watch this fucking Rosewood. GC, if I watch Rosewood and I don't like it, you are going to get timed out all of tomorrow. Is that a deal we have? Do we have that deal? Is that a deal? If I watch Rosewood, deal? All right, bet. I will watch Rosewood before tomorrow. I will watch Rosewood before tomorrow. Check out Rosewood, about the 1923 Rosewood, Florida massacre. I was untold. Got you. 40 years and then, yeah. I already watched it. Look at Gideon. Look at Gideon. Nigga's gray. Damn shame. See what happens? See what happens when niggas make it? Gideon gets a little bit of money. He thinks he's too good now. Damn. Goodness gracious. Damn shame. Everyone boo Gideon. Boo. Boo that nigga. Boo. You might as well do it now, Lucas. No, I'm going to watch American Fiction now. Thank you. I'll take that beat with Chevalier. This nigga and Chevalier. Has anyone seen the trailer, Chevalier? I think I showed y'all the trailer, did I not? Goodness gracious. Yetis Gideon wrong though. Yetis. Okay, Big Dog, have you been going to GC's fucking school? Is Gideon wrong though? GC, you are doing more harm than white supremacists. You are a white supremacist, GC. That's crazy. A black white supremacist. Lord in heaven. That's crazy. That's insane. Imagine having a school where they stupefy you. And not even in the good way either. Like, I am just stupefied at the level of ignorance at this school. Thank you for the compliment. Lord. Yet is Gideon wrong though? It's a damn typo. That's what they all say. Yet is Gideon wrong though? What did he say? I don't even know what Gideon said. I'm sorry. I have a phobia to gray niggas. What did he say? Sometimes I don't even see what the fuck they say in the chat. Don't trust him, GC. Don't trust me. His taste is trash. My taste is trash? Now you see why I don't listen to fucking gray niggas? Do you see why that? Don't trust him. His taste is trash? Because I didn't like Life? I didn't like life. Now you see why niggas are in the position. Now you see why niggas are banned from calling in today. Do you want tomorrow too? Do you want tomorrow too? Do you want tomorrow too? Now you see, man, I apologize, black women. I didn't know. Being that I'm not a gay nigga, I didn't know that black men were in such fucking disarray. I did not know, black women. I apologize. I apologize. Lord. Goodness gracious. I didn't like a movie where two Negroes, two black men who were innocent, spent their entire lives in prison and watched all the other innocent black men die in prison. All to celebrate a fucking baseball game with happy music at the end. That's a movie that I didn't like. I didn't find that shit funny or entertaining. I'm sorry. These niggas got slave minds, bro. He got slave minds. He was talking about GC taste being trash. Oh, was he? Wait, were you talking about GC's taste being trash? Because I'm pretty sure he said, don't trust him, GC. His taste is trash. Now, maybe it's been a minute since I've been in school, but from my understanding of the English language, he is referring to me. Right? Right? His, right? That's me. He's talking about me. Don't trust him. Him would be me. Don't trust him, GC. Why the fuck would he be referring to don't trust himself? Big dog. I don't know how much money you paid fucking GC, but you got every penny's worth. This nigga took Big Dog and went, say stupid shit, nigga. Say stupid shit. I can't. I got children and shit. Say stupid shit, Big Dog. 1 + 1 is 1 + 1 is what, nigga? What? 2. Wrong, nigga. Gideon graduated from GCU. Gideon didn't put the comma to separate the sentence. Oh, now this nigga, he can read. You don't understand. You don't understand. I know what the nigga meant, Lucas. I know what he meant. Oh, he must have been. GC, was he part of the he was the upper echelon at GCU. I know what he meant. Lord in heaven, I've heard it all, bro. I've heard it all. The nigga forgot to put the comma. I know what he meant. I came out of poverty. I can read. I remember Big Dog. Big Dog used to be one of the elders that you would look up to. Like, oh, okay, Big Dog's holding it down. He got kids. You know, he's doing well for himself. All right. Fuck yeah. He got all his war stories. He's like, now GC turned him into a pile of fucking slop. Damn shame. Damn shame. Turned his fucking brain into grits. God dang. Damn shame. You're a wicked man, GC. Wicked, vile man. Let my people go. Let my people go. If GC ever shoots you a DM or tells you anything or asks you anything about education, don't listen to the nigga. If he sends you an email, it's a phishing email. Don't open it. Don't open it. GCU, where you only need a post to get in. Oh my gosh. GCU, Lord in heaven, man. Goodness gracious. GC agrees with me on Chevalier. Oh! Sir, Coda, do you think that strengthens your argument? Do you think I go to GC? GC, what's your take on Chevalier? Do you think that's who I go to for fucking movie advice? Is that what you think? For monies, yeah. But like, yo, GC, what's cracking in, the crypto game? What's happening? For movies? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Maybe for like Smash Bros or some shit. Maybe. GC, what you think about Smash Bros? What you think about that? I remember I recommended Acrimony. Did you recommend Acrimony? I don't think you did. I think it was probably one of your kids with your account. While you were going to the bathroom, they were like, GC taking credit for what his kids recommend. That's crazy, fam. That's crazy. I've never seen a man take credit for what his kids recommend. That's insane. This man was taking a shit on the toilet, and he didn't even close the door. You could hear him. Damn, Shane. Crazy. He gonna say, I did that. I did that. That's wild, bro. Who was it that recommended Daredevil? Wasn't it GC who recommended Daredevil? Wasn't it also GC who recommended Howling Rays? You want to tell me the man who recommended Howling Rays recommended a fire movie? No, sir. I don't think so. I don't think so, sir. All of your recommendations, outside from maybe some financial advice here and there, have been dog shit, GC. It just is what it is, sir. It is what it is. You could even give dogs Howling Rays, bro. You could even give the homeless Howling Rays. If you were to take a box of Howling Rays to homeless, that shit would still be on the corner of the street. Here y'all go, y'all. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Nigga, is that Howling Rays? Yeah. Are you trying to kill us? What do you mean? Well, no, I got it for y'all. It was Merry Christmas. I thought y'all were hungry. Nigga, we'd rather starve to death. Take that shit somewhere else. Oh, damn. Y'all don't eat Howling Rays either? Yeah, bro. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I will never forgive GC for that, bro. Never. I will be on my deathbed, bro. And if I have a live stream on my deathbed, I'll be like, fuck that nigga GC for Howling Rays. Best believe it, bro. Best fucking believe it. Never forget that. Never in my life. That is like just seared on my brain. Never in my life have I experienced such pain and such bowel discomfort. I know there's got to be poison that's less discomforting than Howling Rays. Lord. All right. That's going to be it. Lucas, you didn't like Daredevil on Netflix? I barely got through, like, what, the first season? That shit just dragged the fuck on, man. And that hallway scene that everybody was talking about, that shit was poorly done. You guys have to go back and watch Daredevil again. That shit wasn't as fire as you think. I'm just saying. The shit wasn't as fire as you think. Like, it got good once Kingpin got involved. He, like, stole the show. Everyone else, I was like, this is fucking boring. I don't care about this love dynamic, little triangle you got going on. The fuck? I'm like, your costume is trash. Like, your fucking fight skills and everything. I don't understand why it's way overhyped. People overhype that shit, bro. I have to go. Maybe I'll go back in and give it another go, but the shit was just boring to me. I'm like, boring. Like, I stopped before he got his costume. He's right now, I was watching it. He has like the black thing over his eyes and the black shirt and all that. I was like, that's cool. But y'all mofos overhyped that shit like crazy. Cause that shit is just long-winded, bro. Just maybe the Punisher. Maybe I'll watch the Punisher. But Daredevil, I don't get it at all, bro. I genuinely do not understand. That shit was like snore fest. Just absolute snore fest. Daredevil is way better than what they put out today. Nigga, there's a lot of shit that's way better than what they put out today. Spider-Man 2 is way better than what they put out today. Damn near anything back in the day is better than what they put out today. That doesn't mean that Daredevil isn't shit. What are we talking about? I mean, what are you talking about? That doesn't even make any sense. If I were to give you tofu and then dog shit, You obviously gonna choose the tofu. That doesn't mean tofu tastes fucking delicious. That just means you don't want to eat dog shit. I mean, I'm just saying, a lot of it is via comparison. The Punisher is mid. There we go. GCU again. What? The Punisher is mid? What? Lord in heaven. Coda, stop. Don't listen to GC, bro. Stop listening. You're better off going to ChatGPT for advice, fam. Don't listen to GC. Don't ask that nigga. Yo, what's a pronoun? That nigga's gonna look at you like, you mean a plaintiff? A plaintiff? Yeah, so a plaintiff goes in the beginning of a sentence and a defendant goes at the end of a sentence. What? Don't ask that nigga for advice. Don't do it, Coda. You're better than that. You're better than that, Coda. You introduced me to Death Note. You're better than that, Coda. You're better than that. Coda is a 10-year student at GCU. Mofos don't graduate from GCU, huh? They don't graduate. Oh, man. GC Messages has that bird box effect. Bro, the stupidity of GCU is like a fucking Russian doll. You think it ends, but it just keeps on going and going and going. You like, that is the stupidest thing I've heard. Oh, wait, there's more. All right. I literally fell asleep on Punisher 5 times. Sure, you fell asleep on Punisher, but not Daredevil? Sir, that's a cap, bro. That's a cap. You see this, what I'm wearing? That's a cap, bro. You fell asleep on Punisher, but not Daredevil. Okay, sir. I haven't even seen Punisher, but I already know that's a cap. There is no way in God's green earth Punisher is boring than more boring than Daredevil. That's insane. He's Coda's roommate. That's crazy. They just hating at this point. Facts. That's all y'all do is just fucking hating at that point. That's come on now, stop it. Daredevil is way better than Daredevil? What? Okay. GC has put like a Trojan virus in the chat. I'm gonna end the stream to spare y'all, okay? Mofo said Daredevil is way better than Daredevil. This nigga, he's vicious with it, bro. He's vicious with it. I don't know what he's doing. Everyone get out of the chat. Get out of the chat. The shit is infecting people. I ain't trying to have a pandemic and them niggas blame me. Cause then once they start, do you remember when they started blaming Ebola on black people and everything? Oh, it's niggas. Yeah, I ain't trying to have that. Do you understand this pandemic came from the Amazing Lucas' channel? Nope, I ain't trying to have that. Everyone, take care. Stay safe. Be amazing. Notice the Daredevil watchers can't type right. Blind niggas. I agree. Y'all can go in the Discord. Black men, the Discord is a safe space. It wasn't a safe space for y'all today because y'all just, it was just too much, bro. It was just too much for me, bro. It was just like, I couldn't handle it. I'm sorry. I couldn't handle it, bro. Everyone, take care, stay safe, be amazing. I'll catch you all mañana. We'll get a panel going on tomorrow. Adios.